We could spend the rest of the day in these recognitions, but there are one or two whom we must acknowledge who are here. Let me note specifically former Vice Presidents Yemi Osinbajo and architect Namadi Sambu, who are with us here. Distinguished ladies and gentlemen, I know also within the confines of this hall is the Chief of Staff to the President, the Right Honorable Femi Gbajabiamila. We acknowledge the presence also of a former Senate President, Dr. Bukola Saraki, who's with us here. Distinguished ladies and gentlemen, let me take a pause here and say that the one at whose instance we are gathered here today is the worthy son of the Federal Republic of Nigeria, who is the chief celebrant and the one on whose behalf we are gathered to acknowledge. Let me say, former presidents, heads of state, governors, ministers, ambassadors, the custodians of our traditions and cultures, the royal fathers who are here, captains of industry, distinguished scholars, members of the diplomatic corps, distinguished ladies and gentlemen from all walks of life. We like, on behalf of the organizers, to welcome you to this event. But I'm not speaking here alone. I'm here with a colleague of mine, herself a distinguished journalist in our own right, Moji Makonjola. And may I, at this point, hand over the microphone to Moji to conclude with the recognitions. Moji. My name is Cyril Stober.
Thank you very much, Cyril. I think he deserves a round of applause. Today's getting the protocol, everybody is recognized. That's what I would say. Your Excellencies all, the Vice President, Your Excellency, wife of the Vice President, everyone here, our mentors, our fathers, traditional fathers, we welcome all of you because every Nigerian is represented in this hall today. And so it is with profound honor and immense pleasure that we, Cyril and I, stand before the distinguished gathering to welcome you to this historic event, the Legacy of Statesman, a special occasion dedicated to celebrating the life, service, leadership, and enduring contributions of one of Africa's most respected elder statesmen, General Abdulsalami, Alhaji Abubakar, GCFR. Today we gather not merely to celebrate a man, but to honor a legacy defined by patriotism, humility, sacrifice, courage, peace building, and an unwavering commitment to the unity and progress of Nigeria and indeed Africa. General Abdulsalam Abubakar occupies a unique place in Nigeria's history at a critical moment in our national journey. He provided calm leadership and demonstrated uncommon statesmanship by successfully guiding Nigeria through a peaceful democratic transition in 1999, laying the foundation for the longest uninterrupted democratic experience in our nation's history. Today's event, therefore, is both a celebration and a reflection. It is an opportunity to revisit values that define true statesmanship and to inspire present and future generations with lessons drawn from a life dedicated to service. And as part of this memorable occasion, we shall witness the unveiling and review of 3 remarkable publications. And of course, speak to ourselves and ask, how would you be remembered after your service to the nation? It is on this premise of hope and premise of togetherness in love and unity of this country that I welcome all of us here as we give ourselves a very, very loud round of applause. This program is on live, and the world is watching. Nigerians are watching. I do pray that it will be a unifying time for this country as we continue with the event. I'd like to invite a young, retired Major General, who's still not tired at all, Chairman of the Organizing Committee, Major General Abdul Aliu. He wants me to add the retired, to come and welcome all of us. And these men and women that have organized themselves are today here going to be represented by him in welcoming us. And I think they deserve a very, very loud round of appreciation. Before he comes on the microphone, in Nigeria we believe in the strength and purpose of God. And I know that Bishop Matthew Kuka is here with us. Please, let's give him another round of applause, because he's going to invoke all the angels to ensure that they're here with us as we continue this very historic moment. Welcome, Chairman, Organizing Committee.
Mr. President, invited guests, ladies and gentlemen, my name is Major General M. Aliu, and I'm the chairman of the organizing committee, coordinating a team of hard-working group of people, steered by my extreme lead. Thank you for all your support. Mr. President, my task today is to welcome you to this occasion. However, I have a problem. The problem is, this event is taking place in the State House Banquet Hall, which is part of the villa and belongs to you, Mr. President. So, how can I welcome you in your own home, to your own house, when I'm also a guest? Well, so as a soldier, I obeyed the last directive. So, Mr. President, may I, on behalf of the celebrant, his family, and the organizing committee, welcome you most sincerely to this event. Mr. President, invited guests, ladies and gentlemen, Mr. President, invited ladies and gentlemen, permit me to use a minute to tell you one encounter I had with my boss. I happened to be his chief security officer when he took over as president of Nigeria. When he rolled out his 6-month transition program, our constituency, the military, was divided into majorly 3 groups. One group believed that, yes, it is time, they have accepted as proposed. Another group felt, yes, it's okay, but can we have an extension of 3 to 6 months? The third group felt the civilians are not ripe to take over the mantle of leadership. Your Excellency, when this kind of thing happened in my constituency, the security situation is not too good. As a chief security officer, I went to him. I said, sir, are you aware of this? He said, yes. I said, sir, because of the situation, can we extend it 3 to 6 months so that I can have the second group by our side? He looked at me. He said, Abdul-Rashid. I said, sir, it is my duty and my task to take decision on behalf of the country and what is good for it and ensure its implementation. I've taken my decision. That's what I will do. It's your task to make sure I remain alive and complete that task. Mr. President, from that day, the security department did not see sleep. Luckily, towards the end, the 3 groups all merged together and we successfully had a smooth transition. Mr. President, this is to tell how extent, to what extent General Abubakar went and was ready to go to ensure the transition was successful, including sacrificing his life. Mr. President, invited ladies and gentlemen, once more, it is my honor and privilege to stand here and welcome all of you to this history-making occasion. Thank you, and I wish us all the best.
Thank you very much. The chairman of the organizing committee, retired Major General Abdul-Rashid Aliyu. Your Excellencies, distinguished ladies and gentlemen, we did say to you that this event is a unique one, and therefore the entire hierarchy of Nigeria's legislature is well in attendance. We had recognized Their Excellencies, the President of the Senate and the Speaker of the House of Representatives. Let us also now acknowledge the presence of Their Excellencies, the Deputy President of the Senate, distinguished Senator Barrow Jibrin, CFR, and the Right Honorable Benjamin Okezi, Deputy Speaker of the House of Representatives. We acknowledge their presence here as well. Your Excellencies, a distinguished keynote speaker is His Excellency Mr. Thabo Mbeki, former President of the Republic of South Africa. His address comes to us via video, and I believe that the technical crew are set to link up with our distinguished guest speaker at today's occasion. The technical crew.
Chairman of the occasion, Your Excellency General Yakubu Gowon, GCFR, Your Excellency Bola Ahmed Tinubu, GCFR, President of the Federal Republic of Nigeria, Your Excellency Kashim Shettima, GCON, Vice President of the Federal Republic of Nigeria, President Chief Olusegun Obasanjo, GCFR, President Ibrahim Badamasi Babangida, GCFR, President Goodluck Ebele Jonathan, GCFR, distinguished participants at this important occasion, friends, ladies and gentlemen. First of all, I sincerely apologize that I cannot be with you in person at this happy occasion when we salute a brother, a friend, a colleague, and a distinguished leader, His Excellency General Abdulsalami, Abubakar, GCFR, CSG. Unfortunately, today we laid to rest our youngest sister who passed away during a car accident a week ago. As the eldest in our family, I could not be absent as we laid her to rest. Esteemed Chairperson, permit me also to express my sincere appreciation for the honor of delivering this keynote address in celebration of the life and service of my brother and fellow African. The celebration of great patriots such as His Excellency, General Abdulsalami Abubakar, is a worthy tribute to whom honor is due. The choice of the topic of my address is apt and timely, as the narrative about the works and service of this officer, patriot, and honorable gentleman must not be left to historical chance. As part of my role today, I'm delighted to speak on the subject of democratic transition and governance, as well as peace building in Africa. This subject concerns all of us deeply, for it lies at the very heart of Africa's aspirations. The infamous Berlin Scramble for Africa conference took place 140 years ago. As all of us throughout Africa fought over the decades to defeat this rape of our continent, we discussed what we would do with our countries once we achieved our liberation from colonial oppression. We can, for instance, see this in the decisions taken at the 6th Pan-African Conference in 1945. This reflection continued even during the years when our countries had gained their liberation. It is out of this process, informed both by our deep reflection and actual experience, that was born the determination that these two issues of democratic rule and peace and stability must be two of the pillars on which we place all of independent Africa. Accordingly, the issues of democratic rule and peace and security are fundamental to the fulfillment of all our aspirations as Africans. Without a clear understanding of democracy and the nexus between peace and security and development, it will be impossible to put in place programs which would lead to Africa's unity and renaissance. This we must also say that the Scramble for Africa was not just a historical event or episode that came and went, but it is a reality which continues to calibrate our relations with multiple powers and interests. It is imperative that in all our dealings, especially in the realm of governance and organization of our societies, we must be conscious and alert to the pitfalls that keep being placed on our paths, awaiting any miscalculations or deviations on our part from the true path of Pan-Africanism. It is in this respect that I shall speak on democratic governance and peace building in Africa and delineate the contributions and legacy of His Excellency, General Abdulsalami Abubakar, GCFR, CSG, former head of state and Commander-in-Chief of the Armed Forces of the Federal Republic of Nigeria. We are, of course, also performing many other important functions at this gathering today. The launching of 3 seminal books on the life and times of General Abubakar is one of the main reasons why we are here today. It's also an occasion to recollect and calibrate, celebrate our good fortune as Africans in the continuous construction of our continent's political culture and the institutions. We are also renewing our pact with destiny and committing ourselves to the advancement of our dignity and esteem as Africans. We cannot do any of this in a vacuum. We must do so in the context of sound and credible scholarship and research. Writing books and leaving behind us correct narratives and testimonials for present and future generations matters greatly. The paucity of scholarship and research leaves room for distortion and misrepresentation, which leads to the adoption of wrong policies. The accumulation and distribution of knowledge about where we came from, how we attained our position, our present condition, where we are going, how to shape our future for the better, must be approached by all of us as a labor of love. The recognition of the symbiotic link between knowledge and action, the nurturing of a relationship between our development and the protection of the environment, and the art of linking our past, present, and future as one organic whole are all necessary elements of the outlook we must cultivate to achieve the progress millions of our people seek and demand. I therefore salute the authors of the 3 books being launched today, including the man of the moment, General Abdulsalami Abubakar, who has contributed a very informative autobiography, Call of Duty. I congratulate the authors most sincerely for enriching us through their talents and the fruits of their intellectual labors, including through the 2 tomes. One is called Nigeria's Grand Patriot, General Abdulsalami Abubakar, GCFR, and the other one is Mediating for Peace in Africa, a first shift in honor of General Abdulsalami Abubakar, GCFR, CSG. I urge others to emulate their selfless service to Africa and their commitment to the truth and the education of future generations. It also behoves me to congratulate my dear brother, friend, and companion in Pan-Africanism, His Excellency General Abdulsalami Abubakar, GCFR, on attaining the ripe age of 84. More than being blessed with attaining such an age, we must celebrate his lofty stature as an eminent African statesman, a global leader, an accomplished and principled soldier, a family man and a man for all seasons, who has dedicated his life to peace, to the cultivation of harmony in his country and beyond, and achieving shared development throughout Africa. At this moment, also permit me to reiterate our condolences as we pay tribute to one of our brothers, President Muhammadu Buhari, GCFR. May his gentle and kind soul rest in peace. Their ages did not permit both Presidents Abubakar and Buhari to participate in the struggle against colonialism for the emancipation of our countries from alien domination. They were, however, given the privilege in later life to participate in the consolidation of the independence gained by our forebears, as well as contribute to the struggle for the total liberation of Africa, which focused in particular on the armed struggles to end colonial domination and apartheid in Southern Africa. We have today assembled in a gathering like this in part to look back on our accomplishment as a people that came out of colonial bondage and racial marginalization. From the decisive year of 1957, when the former Gold Coast gained her independence and became the Republic of Ghana, to the year 1994, when white minority apartheid domination was defeated in South Africa, our continent has gone through important transformations. These have tested the strength and resilience of our people in some instances and exposed our vulnerabilities and weaknesses in some others. The idea of democratic governance and its practice have been evolving and changing in different ways in all the countries of Africa. The diversities of our societies and the different outlooks towards modernity and its challenges have ensured that no single country construct or meaning can be given to the democratic process in our continent. In this context, we must also accept the fact that Africa is not an island unto itself, left adrift or untouched by the evolution of norms and the growth of perceptions about how societies are governed and countries are organized elsewhere in the world. However, as we recognize the reality that democratic governance might take different forms in each of our countries, we have to understand and accept that central to democratic governance is the principle and practice that the people shall govern. Being part of the human family and the larger global community, we must learn to imbibe what works for others and discard those things that retard our progress as nations. It is along this trajectory that I try to link the life and times of General Abdulsalami Abubakar by way of delineating his contributions to the attainment of these objectives during his lifetime. The 3 books that we're launching today testify to the richness of the life of Abdulsalami Abubakar and his odyssey as a soldier, a husband, a father, a leader, and a statesman of global repute. And given some of Africa's history since independence, it would be natural to expect that a man of his background from the military profession, who rose to become general and head of state while in a soldier's uniform, would not be associated with the idea of democracy. Perhaps he would more readily be associated with peace building in the sense of preventing wars and conflicts or ending them. However, the beauty lies in the fact that he performed both duties with a keen sense of justice and history, responsibility and distinction, leaving many in awe of his ability to organize a political transition in his country as quickly as he did, immediately after assuming power as head of state. We're fortunate that we have the 3 books we're launching today which explain in detail how all of this happened. Without doubt, a sincere appreciation of the yearnings of the people and profound wisdom about the fundamental needs of this dear country, Nigeria, prevailed on him to take the correct path of the earliest possible transition to democracy. His legacy offers strategic lessons for Africa's continued struggle towards good governance, peace, and sustainable development. His tenure from 1998 to 1999 as head of state is significant not only for his brevity, but also for the cascading impacts that it created in the history of democratic transition in Africa. He not only swiftly paved the way towards democratic governance in Nigeria, but also laid the foundations for subsequent peaceful transfers of power in Nigeria, for which not only you Nigerians, but the rest of us Africans are immensely proud. By recognizing this achievement, we're not only acknowledging a fact of history, but indeed also paving the way for the consolidation of our aspirations for peace and inclusive development all over our continent. It would be immensely beneficial if from today's event, future generations of Nigerians and other Africans would derive useful lessons about the vitally important issue of leadership. Reflecting on leadership legacies, especially in the context of democratic transitions and peace building, we equip ourselves as well as future generations with knowledge and inspiration to build a better Africa. This can come only with emulation and the extension of knowledge in the form of books and other written records. Admittedly, Africa's history and indeed its political evolution have been characterized by periods of military rule, of one-party states, of authoritarianism, and protracted struggles for democratic governance. The continent has witnessed cycles of electoral disputes, governance failures, and conflicts that have often undermined development. The protracted conflicts in several parts of our continent can be attributed to failures of leadership, bad governance, and the restriction of the civic democratic space for citizens. It is a fact that many African nations have struggled with this aftermath of the colonial rule, where weak institutions and power struggles led to military takeovers and political instability. However, this argument cannot continue to be a justification for our failure to maintain the course of democratic governance and the observance of its universal rules. As I've posited earlier, we in Africa cannot isolate ourselves from the currents of world history, political evolution, and recalibration. We must perceive, identify, and engage the trends and interests that shape the ever-changing dynamics in the world. Africa's victory over colonial domination started more than 6 decades ago. Over this period of time, countries in other parts of the world have made progress by leaps and bounds, while many of us in Africa remained fixed in the controversies of succession and regime elongation. Meanwhile, electoral conflicts and disputed results continue to pose significant challenges to democratic consolidation. Africa also continues to grapple with the persistent conflicts, ethnic divisions, and governance crises that threaten peace and tranquility in many countries. The Sahel region, in all its vastness, is undergoing some dramatic changes occasioned by, among others, the struggle to defeat neocolonialism, institutional weaknesses, governance deficits, and constraints associated with stunted development. The issue of Western Sahara is still not resolved. The Horn of Africa and the Great Lakes region are still besieged with difficulties and humanitarian disasters. Both Sudan and South Sudan are tied up in violent centrifugal processes. Resource-rich and population-endowed countries on the continent are experiencing challenges of governance while they strive to overcome these through various policy interventions. However, it is not all doom. We have seen success stories in democratic consolidation and post-conflict recovery. My own country, South Africa's transition from apartheid to democratic non-racial rule, Liberia and Sierra Leone's post-war stabilization, and Senegal and Ghana's thriving democracies stand as beacons of hope for all of us. The regional economic communities have played a crucial role in mediation, conflict resolution, electoral support, proving that Africa can generate and sustain the will and find the solutions to address its challenges. It is in this context that we see the contributions and legacy of General Abdulsalami Abubakar in Africa's democratic transition and consolidation of peace. And some of the defining moments in Africa's political history and democratic transitions were as a result of the roles he played in leading various election observation missions and peace negotiations across the continent. He played defining roles in peace negotiations in Liberia, in Sierra Leone, in the Gambia, in Congo-Kinshasa, Sudan, and Niger. He was also invited by my President Nelson Mandela, of blessed memory, to assist him in the reconciliation efforts in Burundi. Recently, he was also involved in the negotiations efforts between ECOWAS and Niger in the aftermath of the military takeover and power in that country. I was privileged that I worked with him as well as the late President Pierre Buyoya of Burundi, may his soul rest in peace, as together with other colleagues, for a decade we worked as envoys of the African Union with the people of Sudan and South Sudan exactly on matters of democracy, peace and stability, and development. And during these several years of rendering service to Africa and the world, General Abubakar worked closely with ECOWAS and the AU to foster dialogue and stability. He was invited to several countries to offer advice and proffer solutions to conflicts and foster negotiations. For instance, in 2018, he was invited to Switzerland for dialogue on election-related conflicts and violence in Africa. Back home, his response to the political uncertainties that followed the sudden demise of General Sani Abacha, the then head of state, General Abubakar, the then Chief of Defense Staff, demonstrated great wisdom, foresight, and statesmanship. Following his appointment as head of state by the Provisional Ruling Council, he recognized the urgent need for stability and democratic governance, and hence chose to commit to a short transition period. He placed the interests of his country first and overcame the temptation and the allure of power. his demonstration, his administration, immediately upon coming into office, set about providing constitution for Nigeria along the necessary electoral and governance reforms leading to free and fair elections in 1999. He ensured the strengthening of institutions necessary for sustaining democratic rule in Nigeria, thereby paving the way for enduring civilian governance. The example set by General Abubakar in Nigeria offers several key lessons for African leaders and institutions. His commitment to democracy, peace, and stability must stand out as his greatest legacy. The constitutional framework and electoral institutions that he helped to create still serve as the bedrocks of Nigeria's democracy. Without doubt, he has laid the foundations for the sustenance of a democratic ethos, anchored on the credibility of elections, respect for constitutional term limits, and adherence to democratic principles, which have now become the norm in Nigeria. The duty of advancing democratic transition and building peace and security in Africa must be a generational endeavor involving present and future leaders of the continent. In doing so, we must imbibe the legacies of leaders like General Abubakar and read about their lives as we find them in books such as the three that we are launching today. Educating our youth and instilling in them the duties of patriotism and good conduct must entail holding up the examples of leaders like General Abubakar to build and perpetuate the active interest and participation of the youth. We must therefore consciously invest in shaping the disposition and minds of our young people to be conscious of their responsibility to their countries and to Africa. Only in this way can we perpetuate the spirit of Pan-Africanism and continue to profit from the examples and legacies of leaders like General Abubakar. This must include familiarization of the youth with the African continental policy positions binding on all member states of the African Union on matters of democratic governance and peace, security, and stability. These policies are included in such important documents as the African Charter on Democracy, Elections, and Governance, as well as the protocol relating to the establishment of the Peace and Security Council of the African Union. In celebrating General Abdulsalami Abubakar on this special occasion, we recognize and affirm that his contributions to democracy and peace in Africa will continue to inspire future generations. His selfless service, commitment to national unity, and exemplary leadership remain a model for others to follow. In conclusion, dear brother Abdulsalami Abubakar, I congratulate you once again on your 84th birthday and commend the launch of these 3 books, which will serve as valuable resources for scholars, for policymakers, and aspiring leaders across Africa. As a call to action, let us carry forward your vision of an Africa where peace, democracy, and progress define our collective future through work of institutions such as the Abdulsalami Abubakar Institute for Peace and Sustainable Development in Mina and the proposed African Resource Center in Abuja. Permit me to end my address with a quote from my own leader, Nelson Mandela Madiba, who once said, "Real leaders must be ready to sacrifice all for the freedom of their people." May we all remain committed to this noble perspective. Your Excellencies and dear friends, thank you very much for your attention.
Thank you for that insight. Thank you for the background that we all need to know that we are not wasting time here. We are celebrating leadership in excellence. We are celebrating the spirit of Africa. And that's why we said, let's take it to Africa. and then bring it back home as, on your behalf, Your Excellencies, very distinguished ladies and gentlemen, I bring on a man whom, as a young girl growing in Zaria, we cannot go to Usasa without Mama's bread. And he has led us through going on with one Nigeria, ensuring that indeed we can do things in our own way and ensuring lasting peace, not just on the continent, as our guest speaker said, but indeed from home. And so we're back in the hall, and our chairman is here with us, former president, a man who loves Nigeria so passionately, and I wish I could play back one of the interviews I heard with him when he pleaded that Nigerians, we must love each other unconditionally. Your Excellencies, very distinguished ladies and gentlemen, chairman of today's occasion, our own former president, General Yakubu Gowon, GCFR. I want the applause to continue because we are respecter of age. We didn't want to bring him on stage twice. So the applause should continue. Respect for age, respect for service, respect for sacrifice. Our own General Yakubu Gowon. One step at a time, sir. Thank you.
Please excuse me. I've been ordered to go to the true presidential platform. Thank you. Your Excellency, President Bola Ahmed Tinubu, GCFR, President and Commander-in-Chief of the Armed Forces of Nigeria, ably represented by our own Vice President. Thank you for the honor for me to do this address from your platform. I welcome you to this auspicious occasion of the special recognition of the celebrant General Abdulsalami Abubakar, GCFR, CSG, and of course, may I say, our General Abdulsalam, may I use, our supporters are always called the other leg. Ma'am, Your Excellency, Mrs. Abdulsalam. And of course, his family that is here with him. I also welcome all President Jonathan, and the President of Sierra Leone that is here with us, and of course, in absentia, but you've seen him on the screen, former president of South Africa, and our keynote speaker, His Excellency Thabo Mbeki. Thank you for reviewing the books. Let me also extend my warm welcome, to other presidents that are here. And let me abide by the protocols that had been done already. But let me also extend my warm welcome to other top government officials, leaders, and members of the National Assembly, the members of the Diplomatic Corps, our revered traditional rulers, and all invited guests, ladies and gentlemen. Granted my personal knowledge of the celebrant and the genuine respect I have for him, it is with utmost pleasure that I accepted to serve as chairman of this occasion, mindful of the words of Sir Winston Churchill, who said, "A nation that does not honor her heroes will soon have no heroes to celebrate." I truly acknowledge the significance of this gathering as we celebrate a consummate patriot, a veritable icon of democracy, peace, and national unity, and of course, certainly a good general who served Nigeria well to ensure that it remains united. Thank you, General Abdulsalami Abubakar. God bless you. It is therefore quite exciting that this occasion is marked with intellectual content by the launch of the 3 books, with one of them that chronicle pivotal role of General Abdulsalam Abubakar in Nigeria's transition from military rule to democracy within 11 months, from June 1998 to May 29th, 1999, serving as an invaluable historic and academic resource for democratic transition, governance, and peace building, ably presented earlier on by President Thabo Mbeki. I'm sure I speak for all in this room that we are happy to be associated and indeed learn from the worthy lessons of General Abdulsalam Abubakar exemplary leadership, which continues to attract and receive national and international recognition. The legacy of leadership and peace building is a key referential aspect of his achievement. I say without fear of contradiction that he led one of the fastest and seamless democratic transition from military to civilian rule in recent history. Well done, well done. He supervised the drafting of a new Nigerian constitution, which is prevailing operational constitution of our country. He also midwifed and supervised one of the most seamless and credible elections in Africa today. His contribution to peace building in Africa remains legendary. He has been and continues to be a highly sought after, active and credible mediator in regional peace processes. His mediation role, particularly in Liberia, Sudan, Mali, Niger, Congo, and the Gambia, are shining examples of consistency and dedication to peaceful coexistence and good governance, on the African continent and beyond. It is also pleasing to note that his contribution through the Abdulsalami Abubakar Institute for Peace and Sustainable Development Studies, AAIPSDS, with the Catholic Bishop of Sokoto, Bishop Matthew Hassan Kuka, consolidates and fosters dialogue on conflict resolution as a major contribution for intellectual and human capital development. Today is significant as we gather to acknowledge the unique place the celebrant occupies in the roll call of our national heroes, a leader whose patriotism is evident in his consistent choice of country and humanity over self. This choice has granted him worldwide acclaim, distinguishing his voice as a beacon for peace and stability in Nigeria and beyond. With the recurring challenges of democratic transitions in Africa, many African nations on the continent continue to face electoral violence arising from weak democratic institutions, military coups, as well as ethnic and religious conflicts that undermine national unity and development. I affirm that the strategy of strengthening democratic institutions through the rule of law, credible elections, good governance, and accountability at all levels through the peace initiative championed by General Abdulsalami Abubakar and Bishop Matthew Kuka has remained a source of inspiration and stand as a commendable model worthy of replication across Africa. From my individual reflection about General Abdulsalami Abubakar, I have many connections with him that include military command responsibilities, which he discharged admirably as an officer and gentleman during my tenure as head of state and later as head of state and commander-in-chief himself. His ideals and contributions reflect exemplary selfless service and patriotism. His military professional wisdom and steadfast commitment to Nigeria's unity is positively referential. According to Mahatma Gandhi, the best way to find yourself is to lose yourself in the service of others. Yes, that is what General Abdulsalami Abubakar did. Thank you. Well done. Finally, on behalf of my family, the other leg, myself, and Nigeria at large, I warmly congratulate and appreciate General Abdulsalami Abubakar, GCFR, on the occasion of his 84th birthday. Let me reiterate my commendation for his exemplary contribution to the art of leadership and good governance in Nigeria, Africa, and the world. I encourage scholars, leaders, and policymakers alike to draw lessons from his trademark seamless leadership style in order to strengthen democracy and peace building in our nation and beyond. Permit me to also call on the young people as future leaders to learn from Permit me to also call on the young people as future leaders to learn from and to emulate his examples of selfless service, patriotism, nation building, and commitment to justice and unity. On this note, I wish to declare, well, I think you've had the review of the book already by Thabo Mbeki. These books, of 3 books launched officially, launch or open with a warm commendation and with the following closing words. There is dignity in labor as demonstrated in the life of our dear celebrant of today, General Abdulsalami Abubakar, GCFR CSG. We need to leverage on his trademark softness, politeness, and respect for others, irrespective of the parts of the country you come from. At a time like this, when some unpatriotic elements are emphasizing our differences instead of our similarities and common bond, as demonstrated by our patriotic sportsmen and women, the calmness of His Excellency General Abubakar and many other patriots remind us that there is hope for our country. Let us hold on to the uncompromising values of peace, democracy, and good governance for the prosperity of our great nation and Africa. Long live the Federal Republic of Nigeria. God bless you all. But before I end, I don't know, I haven't seen any cake. I had wanted all of us to sing a special happy birthday to the General. But I don't know, is there any cake? Oh, I see. I've now just seen the cake there. Is that the cake to be done? Well, I do not know what the arrangement is, but certainly it's either because I would like to hear us all singing a happy birthday to him. Do you want it to be done after this has been, the cake has been done? I don't know when. Yes, or we can do it now, and I will be the conductor of the happy birthday. So, right. Well, it seems as though everyone seemed to be agreed that we should sing. We should all stand and sing a happy birthday to General Abdulsalami Abubakar. Good. Happy birthday to you. Dear General Abubakar, to we wouldn't ask how old you are. We wouldn't ask that. God bless you. Well done. Thank you all. Thank you.
Thank you, Chairman of today's occasion, former Head of State, General Yakubu Gowon. Another round of appreciation and applause for our General. Thank you very much, sir. Your Excellencies all, very, very distinguished ladies and gentlemen. We move on with this event with that heartwarming happy birthday song conducted by the former Head of State, General Yakubu Gowon. Please be seated, sir. At this moment, before we bring on the next speaker, I would like to recognize particularly contemporaries and people and officers and men that have been specially invited by the celebrant to be part of today's event. I'd like to recognize General Alani Akiriade, General Mohammed Magoro, General Ishaya Bameyi, General Agwai, General Kazir, and General A. Akilu. Please shall we give them a round of applause. They were specially invited. We also know that the former AU chairperson is here with us. Former ECOWAS chairperson is also here with us. We also have the former NSA from Ghana is here with us. And speaking about Ghana, we have Here, the representative of the former President Osahi Alexander Atheyo Markin, who is representing former President of Ghana, Nana Addo Dankwa Akufo-Addo. His position is the third Deputy Speaker of ECOWAS Parliament and Minority Leader in Ghana's Parliament. Would also like to recognize that we have with us Dr. Mohammed Ibn Chambers, former President of ECOWAS, Senator Rabiu Musa Kwankwaso, we welcome you. We also have former foreign ministers here with us. My own brother, Professor Ibrahim Gambari. We also have with us here Chief Tom Ikimi, General Ike Wachuku, Alhaji Sule Lamido. We have Buhari Bala, and of course, His Excellency, son of the soil, Ambassador Zubairu Dada. We are moving on quickly. We have now goodwill messages, and who best to kick this off? We have with us, what do you know? Right, we're using technology again. Would like to bring on Her Excellency Amina J. Mohammed, GCON, Deputy Secretary General of the United Nations. IT, are you ready?
Your Excellency, Ayana, on this occasion of your 84th birthday, I'm delighted to join your family, friends, and many admirers in celebrating you and in wishing you good health, peace, and continued strength. You came to office at a very delicate moment for Nigeria, when the country needed calm, reassurance, and a clear sense of direction. Nigerians were looking for a way forward, and your stewardship at that time helped create the confidence that such a path was still possible. What many people remember most is that you understood the weight of that moment. In choosing to organize elections and to hand over power within 11 months, you did something of lasting significance for our country. You helped restore confidence in the promise of democracy and demonstrated that leadership, especially in a time of uncertainty, must be anchored in responsibility and in the national interest. You were able to carry both the military establishment and political leaders through that transition because your approach inspired trust. That same sense of duty has continued to define your service beyond office. Over the years, you have remained a respected voice for dialogue, for peace, and for the patient work of building peace in Nigeria and across the continent. It is also especially fitting that your memoirs are being launched on this occasion. They will capture something of your journey, but also of a very important period in our country's history, and they will help pass on the lessons of that time to a new generation. Your Excellency, I wish you a very happy birthday and many more years of good health and peace.
Thank you very much. Your Excellencies, distinguished ladies and gentlemen, now to deliver a goodwill message on behalf of a former president of Ghana, Nana Addo Dankwa Akufo-Addo, let me invite Osahen Alexander Afanyo Markin, who is the third Deputy Speaker of the ECOWAS Parliament. May we put our hands together as we invite to deliver the message of former President of Ghana, Nana Akufo-Addo, Osahen Alexander Afanyo Markin. Distinguished ladies and gentlemen, here is announcing the arrival of former President Olusegun Obasanjo, GCFR.
Your Excellencies, participants, ladies and gentlemen, this is a tribute in honor to General Abdulsalami Abubakar, GCFR, former head of state of the Republic of Nigeria, soldier, statesman, peacemaker, unsung hero of African democracy. And I do so on behalf of former President Nana Addo Dankwa Akufo-Addo of the Republic of Ghana. Excellencies, distinguished guests, ladies and gentlemen, there is a particular kind of greatness that history seldom pauses to honor, not the greatness of the conquest, nor of longevity in power, the quiet greatness of a man who held absolute power and chose to give it back. Today, we celebrate that man. We celebrate General Abdulsalami Abubakar, one of the most consequential democratic heroes Africa has ever produced. The making of a soldier, as the records have it, he was born 13 June 1942 in Mina, Niger State, enlisted into as an officer cadet in the Nigerian Air Force. He served his nation, never planned of getting into public life as a political leader. Then in an unexpected hour, 8 June 1998, when General Sani Abacha passed on to eternity, Nigeria exhaled. Then it held its breath. The Nigeria head of state Abacha had left behind was a nation at the time in profound strain. Pro-democracy activists had been imprisoned and some killed. The June 12, 1993 presidential election had been annulled. Some other activists were in difficult challenges. Into this charged vacuum stepped General Abdulsalami Abubakar, appointed head of state on the 9th of June 1998, less than 24 hours after the passing of General Abacha. He had not plotted for this position. He was a career professional, handed the most consequential assignment of his life on virtually no notice. Within days, he released political prisoners, lifted the ban on political activity, and repealed the most regressive decrees of the previous era. On the 20th of July 1998, he published a precise transition timetable. A democratically elected president will be sworn in on the 29th of May 1999, a date certain, a commitment carved in stone. He then built the architecture to honor that promise. He created the Independent National Elections Commission, INEC. He supervised a constitutional framework for multi-party elections. Within 11 months, he conducted 4 rounds of elections, ending it with the presidential election of February 1999. Then on the 29th of May 1999, exactly as he promised, he transferred power to civilian president Olusegun Obasanjo. 16 years of uninterrupted military rule from December 1983 to May 1999 ended, not with a coup, not with bloodshed. It ended because one man decided it should end. Excellencies, distinguished guests, ladies and gentlemen, permit me to proceed to extol this man's rarest virtue. This is a part of General Abubakar's story that history has not sufficiently reckoned with. We have seen this story before. A military leader that takes power, the sycophants arrive and whisper, the country still needs you. Only you can hold it together. We know how that story usually ends. General Abubakar refused. He walked away from power and went home to Mina. And he did not stop there. When President Obasanjo later when General Obasanjo later in his rule, some others had intended that he have extended time in office. Again, we heard the voices of General Abdulsalami and President Thabo Mbeki, who worked actively in ensuring that the Nigerian constitution remains same. Now, a gift that endures. Nigeria's Fourth Republic, born on 29th of May 1999, is now the longest sustained period of civilian democratic governance in Nigeria's entire post-independence history. In 2015, for the first time, an opposition party defeated the ruling party at a presidential election and power transferred peacefully. Nigeria is the largest democracy on Africa's continent and the 6th most populous country in the world. It has endured without interruption for more than a quarter of a century, and that endurance began with General Abdulsalami Abubakar. On this auspicious day of your birthday, let me wish you many, many more accomplishments. God bless you and your family, your beautiful wife, and the retired justice of the Court of Nigeria. God bless Nigeria. God bless Africa. Thank you very much indeed.
Thank you very much, Osahan Alexander Afeni-Ubakin, representing the former president of Ghana, Nana Addo Akufo-Addo. Thank you so very much. Thank you, sir. Your Excellencies, distinguished ladies and gentlemen, this occasion is one that's extraordinary, and therefore we are proceeding at an extraordinary pace. Among those who have come here this afternoon to identify with the celebrant are former ministers who served under General Abdulsalami Abubakar. And here we have a number of them. Rear Admiral Festus Pobeni is here with us. Chief John Nwudu is also here. We have Professor Debo Adeyemi. We have Chief Nike Akondi, Chief Honorable Gio Ogbaga, Alhaji Bala Buhari, and Dr. Ali Gombe. They all served under General Abdulsalami Abubakar, who is the chief celebrant today. Speaking of which, we also acknowledge that both serving and former top administration officials are also here this afternoon. Let me acknowledge Senator George Akube, who today is the Secretary to the Government of the Federation, Senator George Akube. We also have a former Secretary to the Government of the Federation who has come to this occasion, Mr. Boss Gida Mustafa is here with us. Let me acknowledge a former head of service, Alhaji Yaya Ali Ahmed, and distinguished ladies and gentlemen, one who was both Secretary to the Government of the Federation and at one time President of the Senate, distinguished Senator Ayim Pius Ayim, who incidentally is also co-chair of the organizing committee of this event. Thank you so very much, Your Excellencies. Distinguished ladies and gentlemen, the chairman of the National Assembly, Nigeria's legislative arm, is distinguished Senator Godswill Akpabio. A short while ago, he was putting finishing touches to his address, which was to express the goodwill of the National Assembly to a celebrant. Let me, at this point, now humbly call on him to deliver this message to the day's celebrant. Distinguished ladies and gentlemen, please join me in welcoming to the podium the President of the Senate, distinguished Senator Godswill Akpabio. Your Excellencies.
The chairman of today's occasion, our own former head of state, General Go on with one Nigeria. Former heads of states, commanders-in-chief of the armed forces of the Federal Republic of Nigeria, my brother, the Vice President of the Federal Republic of Nigeria, and his dear wife, representing our dear President, who is unavoidably absent, Asiwaju Bola Ahmed Tinubu, GCFR. You permit me to adopt all the protocols enunciated. I had the mind to deliver a written goodwill message on an occasion like this. But when I listened to the speech of the former president of South Africa, His Excellency Thabo Mbeki, he encapsulated everything about our celebrant, His Excellency General AAA, General Abubakar, and his dear wife, who toiled and took care of the house while he was on the field, toiling for Nigeria. So let me especially recognize him and congratulate him for turning 84 today. Happy birthday, sir. Happy birthday. From the National Assembly of the Federal Republic of Nigeria, we are here in our numbers. And I'm also happy that as a Pan-Africanist, we have seen former presidents sending their goodwill messages to you. And in our presence, we also have the current president of the Republic of Senegal, our dear brother, who is always supporting us. Your Excellency, thank you for being here with us. The former president, or current president of Sierra Leone. Coincidentally, I've known him for a very long time. He is like General Abubakar, always very humble. And sometimes he will sit very quietly. Welcome back to your home, Nigeria. And then as we were speaking, we saw the man who benefited from your gesture of sacrifice. You refused to extend your tenure. You left office as you promised Nigerians. And so one man benefited from it. His Excellency Olusegun Obasanjo, who was on his second missionary journey, having served as head of state, commander-in-chief, and handed over on time. So we called him back and we rewarded him by making him a civilian president. I recall 1976 to 1979. And he came back and took over from 1999 and served meritoriously and handed over power in a very serene and bloodless situation to his civilian counterpart. So welcome to this occasion. May God also continue to keep you for more decades to come to serve Nigeria and Africa. Many global leaders are here, and so I was once a governor, so my colleagues, former governors, are all here. I was once a minister, so former ministers are all here. The only rank I have not entered is that of General Gowan, that of my brother, President Jonathan, General Abubakar, OBJ, and all others. So for every other rank, I've attained all the other ranks. Today, I'm happy that my brothers are here. Senators, Deputy Senate President, I can see you. My brother, Barau Jibrin, Deputy Speaker Ben Kalu, many distinguished senators of the Federal Republic of Nigeria, many members of the House of Representatives, but above all, His Eminence, the Sultan of Sokoto, is here with a lot of our traditional rulers, the Oni of Ife, and so many others, Obas and Emirs, who came to this occasion to come and honor this great man. I've also seen a lot of retired Major Generals who are also here. The galaxy of stars in Nigeria, those who have served and those who are serving. So even Governor Zulum from Borno State, alongside many other governors. I first saw Governor of Gombe State and so many. May God bless all of you for coming to honor this great man. So from the National Assembly, I will say that we are the beneficiaries of the great sacrifice done by General Abubakar in handing over power to a democratically elected government. We should actually crave your indulgence to have a day to honor you in the National Assembly, because every government will have the executive and every government will have the judiciary, but only democracy will have the parliament. So my presence here is an indication of the fact that you have covered all and that you deserve the honor that we are giving you today. You brought democracy back to Nigeria. May God bless you richly. So we have been beneficiaries. So this podium would not be enough for me to stand and extol your virtues. From my personal note, I know you, I know your family, I know your dear wife. And I had a particular story which I told you, which you had forgotten, of the late president of Ghana, Jerry Rawlings. He said he had a conversation with you about 3 to 5 days before you became head of state of Nigeria. And that in his normal brash way, he dismissed all your suggestions. And then you left Ghana. Then 3-4 days later, you were announced as head of state and commander-in-chief in Nigeria. And his secretary rushed to his office and said, "Do you remember that man who came?" And then you were not very patient with him. And he said, "Who?" He mentioned your name. And he said, "He is now the head of state and commander-in-chief in Nigeria." He told me himself. Then he was at the castle in Ghana. And he said, "Oh my God," he had to close work. He said, "So what do I do now? We had a very good relationship with Nigeria, and the man just came here, and I did not receive him as well as I should have done. Who is going to speak for me now?" So this is to show that, yes, destiny may be delayed, but destiny can never be denied. So it was your destiny to rule this country and to take this country to democratic rule. And God has bestowed that on you, and you were able to discharge it with a lot of sacrifice. Yeah, one of the organizers here said, what normally happens in government? In government, there's a lot of sycophancy. You have all sorts of advice. Some came to you and said, extend your tenure. You had absolute power to do so. Nobody would have questioned you. Others said, add 6 months. Others said 3 months. Others said, why don't you go a little bit further? They were not speaking in the interest of Nigeria. They were not even speaking in your interest. They were speaking in their personal interest. Because most times people in government are not the beneficiaries of that government. The sycophants around them that benefit from the government. And they want you to go on so that they can use you to prolong the way they loot the government and the way they enjoy the government. But you were able to shake them all off with conviction of a man who knew where he was going. I would like to follow somebody like you, a man who knows the road and follows the road. So today I salute you. I salute you for your courage. I salute you for your sacrifice. And I salute your work in the whole of Africa and the global community. And I salute the fact that God has kept you alive to see 84 years. And I pray, together with my colleagues, that you'll see more decades of life because of your good heart, in Jesus' name. So for me and my colleagues in the National Assembly, we look forward to receiving you. We look forward to a day we can also join to celebrate you. This will not be enough. But permit me to congratulate you for putting down your thoughts in your autobiography. And permit me to also salute those who have added 2 books in your honor. If you notice, when the representative of the former president of Ghana was speaking, he tried to add a little bit of history of your life, which you did not agree. I turned, I looked at you, you shook your head. That is the kind of history that would have come from across the whole world. People will say many things about you. Sometimes, because if you didn't do this, how will you have been able to represent yourself well? Future generations will never forget you because you were able to put the right things on the tablets. So I want to say on behalf of my colleagues and those in democracy today, the Vice President will speak on behalf of the President. Me, I can only speak on behalf of the Parliament, both at the national level and at the state level, to say that we are beneficiaries of your gesture. We are beneficiaries of your sacrifice, and may your sacrifice never be in vain. I must say that President Bola Ahmed Tinubu is grappling with a lot of enemies of progress, of what you left behind. Today, many are sponsoring insecurity in our country to paint that your democracy in a bad color. But I can tell you that with the determination of men and women in uniform, that the enemies we see today, we shall see them no more. You can imagine in a country where a child will stand up to kill the father because of tramadol and because of all sorts of, I don't know how to put it, but I can tell you, no matter the insecurity we see today, with men like you, the example you have led behind, we will definitely defeat terrorism. We will defeat poverty in this country, and Nigeria will take its rightful place in the global community. Congratulations to you, sir. Congratulations to you. Happy 84th birthday, and congratulations to all of us. May God bless Nigeria in Jesus' name. Thank you.
Thank you, Your Excellency, for the reflections. As we move on, I'd like to recognize that representing General Ibrahim Badamasu Babangida is his son, Mohammed Babangida, who is here with us with Aminu. You are both welcome. Finally, I'd also like to quickly put a close to recognition as I recognize the former CDS, General Ogbomodia, and of course my father, the Wakil in Adamawa Ambassador Dr. Hassan Adamu, CON. You're all welcome. This concludes recognitions as we move on with this program. A man that has become a global conscience in the sense of people believing that when you leave office, you should go beyond just Nigeria and be continental. And that's what he represents. Who says, no blood is good enough. to have him in office. I'd like to bring on His Excellency, former President of the Federal Republic of Nigeria, Goodluck Ebele Jonathan, GCFR. Please let's welcome him very, very warmly.
Our President, President Tinubu, here ably represented by our Vice President, and let me also appreciate the wife of the Vice President. Let me sincerely appreciate my dear friend, the President of Sierra Leone, His Excellency President Madabio, and the Chair of ECOWAS Authority of Heads of State and Government. Thank you for coming. The chairman of this occasion, our revered former head of state, His Excellency General Yakubu Gowon, thank you, and thank you for sharing very well. Let me appreciate President Olusegun Obasanjo. Thank you for your leadership in this country. And let me sincerely appreciate who brought us here, the celebrant, His Excellency General Abdulsalami Abubakar, and the former First Lady, Mrs. Abubakar. Thank you. The keynote speaker of this occasion, though he's not here with us, but we enjoyed his speech, His Excellency President Thabo Mbeki, former President of South Africa. Thank you for accepting to speak today. President Nana Akufo-Addo, the immediate past President of the Republic of Ghana, here represented by the minority leader. Thank you for the speech, and thank you for being here with us. The Senate President, His Excellency Godswill Akpabio, thank you for your leadership. The Speaker of the House of Representatives, His Excellency Right Honorable Tajuddin Abbas, thank you. The Deputy Senate President is here with us. The Deputy Speaker is here with us. Let me also appreciate the presence of my Vice President, Architect Namadi Sambo. Thank you for being here with us. And the immediate past Vice President, Professor Yemi Osibanjo, SAN, thank you for being here with us. Let me appreciate our key traditional rulers are here with us, His Eminence, the Sultan of Sokoto, and His Imperial Majesty, the Oni of Ife. Thank you for being here with us, representing the traditional institution. We have very, very senior and respected members of the audience that I will not bore you by going through the list. For example, the Secretary of Government is here, the Chief of Staff is here, the President of ECOWAS Commission is here, and so many others that they have mentioned their names. So please pardon me and let me stand on the protocols as presented by the Masters of Ceremony. It's a great honor and privilege to join distinguished guests, friends, family members, colleagues, and admirers in celebrating an exceptional Nigerian, General Abdulsalami Abubakar, GCFR, on the occasion of his 84th birthday. It is also an occasion for the public presentation of three very, very relevant books that chronicle the life, service, and enduring legacy of a remarkable statesman. At 84, General Abdulsalami has no doubt entered the distinguished pantheon of national leaders. But this is not merely a celebration of age. It's a celebration of a lifetime devotion to the service of our nation and humanity. General Abdulsalami belongs to that rare class of leaders whose influence transcends the office they occupied. His life story is a testament to humility in leadership, patriotism in service, and wisdom in statesmanship. The theme of this occasion, Legacy of a Statesman, is both fitting and profound. Legacy is not measured by the number of years one lives, but by the values one leaves behind, the institutions one strengthens, and the lives one touches. In this regard, General Abdulsalami's contributions to Nigeria stand as enduring monuments. At a defining moment in our nation's history, he demonstrated uncommon courage and selflessness by guiding Nigeria through a peaceful transition that restored democratic governance and renewed hope in the future of our country. His actions during the critical period reinforced the principle that true leadership is not about service, sacrifice, and commitment to the greater good. So, when we listen to this Chief Security Officer to Abdulsalami, he gave us a review of what happened for that short period he was in office. To me, I used to say that sometimes, because when I lost the election in 2015, some people used to pour on me encomiums that sometimes I don't even deserve. But if there is anybody that we can give credit to, who has stabilized democracy in Nigeria today, is General Abdulsalami Abubakar. A military head of state with so many well-ironed khaki people around you with assault rifles and APCs saying that we will still stay on. And for you to have the courage to say no, it takes somebody who has a common commitment to the peace and progress of the country. I know of a president that the time to leave, critical time to leave because of certain circumstances, and the wife just said, no, we are not going. And he caved in. And the rest is a very ugly history. So we must commend Abdulsalami Abubakar. Beyond his tenure in office, General Abdulsalami has remained a steadfast advocate for peace, dialogue, national unity, and democratic stability through the instrumentality of the National Peace Committee, which he chairs. He has continued to advocate for peace, peaceful elections, as well as intervene in conflict resolutions and nation-building initiatives. And some of his activities were even during when I was in office, so I knew what he did, especially in Sudan. The launch of these 3 books is therefore a rare opportunity to preserve history, document lessons in leadership, and inspire future generations by one Nigeria's most respected elder statesman. As we celebrate General Abdulsalami today, we are reminded that nations are built not only by policies and institutions, but also by the character of those who lead them. His life offers enduring lessons in integrity, humility, patriotism, and commitment to the national service. On behalf of my family and the Goodluck Jonathan Foundation, I congratulate General Abdulsalami Abubakar on attaining this age of 84, not ripe age of 84, age of 84. He still have more years to live. I also commend the authors, editors, and all those who have contributed in one way or the other to the production of these very important books. May Almighty God continue to bless General Abdulsalami with good health, wisdom, strength, and many more years of fulfillment and service to all of us. May his legacy continue to inspire generations of Nigerians to place country above self and service above personal ambition. Happy 84th birthday, Your Excellency, and congratulations on this remarkable celebration of a life dedicated to the service of Nigeria. I thank you all.
Thank you so very much. Let's hear the applause, more of it, for His Excellency Dr. Goodluck Ebele Jonathan, GCFR, former President of Nigeria. Your Excellencies, distinguished ladies and gentlemen, there's no way that our next speaker would not have been at this event. After all, at the time the celebrant was handing over, it was he who took over the reins of government. Your Excellencies, distinguished ladies and gentlemen, please put your hands together as I invite to give his address former President of the Federal Republic of Nigeria, His Excellency Chief Olusegun Obasanjo, GCFR. Thank you so much. Let's keep the applause going. Thank you.
I will stand on the established protocol and I will tender my unreserved apology for being here late. Not what I want to do, but I will admit my guilt with explanation that I was to be picked up from Lagos at 12 o'clock. I was at the airport at 11 o'clock, and I was not picked up until 1:45. So that's why I am here, not at the time that I should be here. General Abdulsalami Abubakar, congratulations. And if you will permit me, I would say 4 military leaders have made tremendous contributions to Nigeria of today. And without their contribution, we will not be where we are. They are all not perfect human beings. They all made mistakes, but they all made contributions without which we could have not been able to have Nigeria of today. Let me emphasize that I am talking of military leaders, not Nigerian leaders. Military Nigerian leaders. And let me begin by saying I'm an eyewitness and a direct participant in almost all the actions and activities of the four of them. If you kindly permit me, I will speak briefly on three and more copiously on one. I start with our Oga as a military leader. And of course, I'm referring to General Yakubu Gowon, who launched his long-awaited book about a month ago. I had to tender again an unreserved apology for my not being able to attend the launch. I explained in my letter of apology to you. But at his 90th birthday anniversary, almost 2 years ago, I said a bit of what needs to be said without his mature and nationalistic way of handling the post-second coup crisis. The Nigerian story will have been much different from what it is today. And that post-second coup crisis include the Civil War. The second person was Murtala Muhammad. Last March, we celebrated 50th anniversary of his death. He hastened bringing democracy back at the time he did and lifted Nigeria up internally and internationally. The third was Adekunle Fajui, who displayed uncommon loyalty and courage and chose to die for the unity of Nigeria. Maybe more should be said about him in future. The fourth, of course, is the one who has gathered us here and who we are celebrating today. And it is you, my brother, General Abdulsalami Abubakar. A great military leader, an officer and a gentleman, a patriot and a nationalist, an elder statesman and a peacemaker. You sagaciously managed the seeming confusion and uncertainty that followed Abacha's death. You emerged from the clouds and carefully proceeded to untangle the nation politically. Political prisoners were released, and I was, as has been said by the President of the Senate, a beneficiary of that. Your next move was how to get MKO Abiola released. And you got me regularly informed and also to relate messages to the family. Kola was already in Abuja to pick up his father when the unexpected happened. I remember you telling me on telephone, our man is dead. Who is our man? Was my question. And I screamed when you mentioned Abiola. And again, following advice, you handled post-Abiola demise dexterously. And within less than 1 year of your taking office, we had democracy restored. And 27 years after that restoration, we still have democracy. I should tell this august audience that not only did you initiate and ensure the restoration of democracy, you sustained it. Not only because of the peace that you had worked with other people, but the way you actually worked with me after I took over. Can I forget how regularly you come with a piece of paper with all the points that you wanted to discuss with me about what is going on, about what should be done, about how you saw things, and we sat down and we look at them one by one. I answered what could be answered on the spot and what could not be answered on the spot. I gave you an answer within 24 hours. That was a magnificent way of sustaining what you have initiated, and I cannot thank you enough. I must say that I learned and I cherish that from what I had when I was military head of state. And I just want to give 2 examples of what I learned at that time. There were 3 or 4 Nigerians who I will run to or will call me and give me pieces of advice. One was Dr. Ibiam. Another one was Sir Kashim Ibrahim. Another one was Chief Adebo. Another one was the Sultan of Sokoto. And let me give 2 or 3 examples. In 1977, the economy was very bad, extremely bad. And we banned a number of things. And then came the pilgrimage to Mecca. The year before, 1976, 150,000 or thereabout went to Mecca, and we supported them with foreign exchange. 1977, we couldn't do it. How will I handle this? I went to Sir Kashim Ibrahim in Maiduguri, And when I told Sakashim said, go to the Sultan. Within 48 hours, I was in Sokoto. And Sultan said to me, how many people do you want to go to Mecca? I said, sir, I'm not the one to determine the number of people who will go to Mecca. But we cannot support 150,000. He said, how many can you support? I said, sir, I don't want to mention any number. He said, tell me. I said, maybe about a third. He said, you can go. The Sultan set up a committee. And that year, 48,000 people went to Mecca. And I was not, my hand was not in it. I was not blamed for it. It was accepted. That was what I learned from going to people, elders, and using them, and you did that to me. The other thing was when in 1979, the first time women will vote in the North, and there were rumors that it may not go well. There might be protests. I went again to the Sultan. And the Sultan said, what is your problem this time? I said, the voting. And the Sultan said, voting? You don't want people to vote? I said, no. Women will vote for the first time, and we had this problem. And Sultan said, if that's your problem, go home. On the day of election, my wife will be the first to go out to vote. And that's what happened. And that was the way that was settled. The other example I want to give was what today is even part of our Constitution, the Land Use Act. When the Land Use Act was promulgated as a decree, a colleague of mine in the government came to me and said, sir, this your Land Use Act is not liked by anybody. The North doesn't like it. The South doesn't like it. And jokingly I said, well, we are making progress. When we come up with a plan or a program or a policy, it's either it's too much in favor of the North and the South doesn't like it, or too much in favor of the South and the North will not like it. This time, we have been able to have a policy that both the North and the South will not like. That's progress. And we laugh about it. And then we heard that Agbekoyas in Ibadan will go on protest. I went to Chief Adebo and I said, Baba, this is what I've heard. What can you do to help? He said, Shegun, I cannot help you. You have to help yourself. Go out to Agbekoya in their houses and explain things to them. I left Lagos at 2 a.m. By 4 a.m. I was in Ibadan. By 5 a.m. I was going to villages around Ibadan. By 8 a.m. I have visited more than 12 villages in Ibadan, meeting Agbekoyas in their houses and the leaders. And then we were able to suppress the Agbekoya protest on land use decree. And that's why the land use decree or land use act is able to stand till today. Again, the use and the help that you get from people who have the interest of country at heart and who are able to give the type of help to sustain whatever you are doing. In your case, to sustain me and democracy in power. 84 years. Long time. Congratulations. You will reach 90. And I will be there. You will reach 100. I and General Gawan will not be there. Thank you. Thank you.
Thank you so very much, Your Excellency, former President Olusegun Obasanjo. Your Excellencies, distinguished ladies and gentlemen, our next speaker is His Excellency Ali Mahaman Lamine Zein, Prime Minister of the Republic of Niger. Please join me as I invite him to make his statements. Thank you.
أعوذ بالله السميع العليم من الشيطان الرجيم بسم الله الرحمن الرحيم وصلى الله على النبي الكريم. Excellences, Monsieur le Vice-président du Nigeria, cher frère Kashim, Excellences, Messieurs les anciens présidents du Nigeria, Excellences, Monsieur le Président Abdulsalami, chers frères, chers oncles, je voudrais tout d'abord présenter nos excuses pour le retard que nous avons accusé à cause de la météo. Nous sommes arrivés ici sous le couvert d'une fraternité, d'un voisinage et d'une amitié entre le Niger et le Nigeria. J'ai été pris de court parce que nous n'avons pas prévu d'intervenir. Mais qu'à cela ne tienne, c'est un honneur pour nous de parler devant ces grandes sommités. Et je vais demander à parler une langue, peut-être qui permettra que nous nous comprenions. Assalamu alaikum wa rahmatullahi wa barakatuh. ‘Yan uwa mutanen Nigeria, ina muku matuƙar godiya. Muna wa Allah subhanahu wa ta'ala godiya da ya ƙaddara saduwanmu a yau a nan wannan babban birni na Abuja. Wannan taro da yake sa tsohon shugaban ƙasa Abdulsalami abokin Niger, sai in ce ma mutumin Niger, ya aiko mana gayyata mu zo mu ziyarci wannan wuri domin wato wannan rana babba da ta sa har Allah subhanahu ta'ala ya gwada mishi shekaru ɗaya na bin ɗaya har ya zamanto 84 sai a wa Allah subhanahu ta'ala godiya da ya nuna wannan abu tsakanin Nijar da Nigeria duk wanda ya ce zai shiga tsakaninsu to zai ji kumya kilomita kusan 500 iyaka tsakaninmu jahohi guda 7 na Najeriya suke fuskantar jahohi guda 5 bisa 8 na Nijar. Za ka fara daga Doso tana kallon Kebbi, a Sabkotawa tana kallon Sokoto, a tsawo Maradi tana kallon Katsina, a taho Zandar, Katsina da Kano, a ci gaba a tafi ƙasar Difa, jiha ta Difa tana kallon garin wannan mai kallon nawa. To alhamdulillahi shugaban ƙasarmu General Chani ya bani uzurin zawwa nan mu zo mu taya ku murna ga shugabannin ƙasa tsahi da suke nan a zamne, ga Yakubu Gawon, ga Goodluck, ga Obasanjo. To alhamdulillahi muna fatan Allah subhanahu wata'ala da ya kaddara wannan saduwa tamu ya sa inda aka samu can baya tsakanin Nijar da Najeriya a dawo a zamna kamar Hassan da Usaini, kuma halau ga sarakanmu na gargajiya ga su a zamna ina kallon su, har ma ina tsammanin akwai malamanmu a nan. To shi kenan sai in nemi gafara a gare ku, mun zo mu kawo taya mu zamna tare da ku, kuma in ce Allah subhanahu wata'ala ya ba mu lafiya da zaman lafiya, kuma sai ku gafarce mu saboda ba mu rubuta wani abun da za mu gaya muku ba. Allah subhanahu wata'ala ya taimaki kasashenmu, ya ba mu damuna mai albarka, kuma sai mu ce mun gode. Assalamu alaikum wa rahmatullahi wa barakatuh.
Thank you so very much. His Excellency Ali Mohammed Lamin Zien, Prime Minister of the Republic of Niger. Your Excellencies, distinguished ladies and gentlemen, we bring up the rear now regarding the goodwill messages at today's auspicious occasion by inviting next His Excellency Julius Maada Bio, President of the Republic of Sierra Leone and Chairman of the ECOWAS Heads of State and Government. Join me in welcoming to the podium His Excellency. Let's keep the applause going. Thank you so very much.
President Bola Ahmed Tinubu, represented capably here by His Excellency Kashim Shettima Mustafa, the Vice President, the former President General Yakubu Gowon, former President Abdulsalami Abubakar, the celebrant that we are all here for, former President Olusegun Obasanjo, my dear big brother, former President Jonathan Goodluck, another friend and brother, former Honorable Vice Presidents of the Federal Republic of Nigeria that are here today, distinguished guests, please permit me to stand on the existing protocols. When General Abdulsalami Abubakar invited me to serve as guest of honor today, I did not hesitate. There are only a handful of individuals whose birthdays transcend personal milestones and become occasions of continental significance. General Abdulsalami Abubakar is one of them. Let me at the outset express my sincere appreciation to His Excellency President Bola Ahmed Tinubu and the government and people of the Federal Republic of Nigeria for their warm hospitality and for hosting this important occasion in honor of one of Africa's most distinguished sons. The presentation of the three books is a fitting tribute to a life dedicated to service, peace building, patriotism, and leadership. Your Excellencies, ladies and gentlemen, the fact that we are gathered here today at the State House, it's itself symbolic. This is the house General Abubakar could have kept, but he chose to give it back at the time. In 1998, when Nigeria stood at the defining crossroads, the authority of the state rested firmly in his hands. Yet, he chose national interest over personal ambition, democracy over incumbency, and country over self. He walked out of this house so that Nigeria could walk forward. Perhaps one of the reasons I have always held General Abubakar in such high regard is because I understand the significance of that choice. I was once a military head of state, and within 3 months, I did what I could and handed over and left office. Having myself overseen a democratic transition, relinquished power to a democratically elected civilian government, I understand the weight of that decision. General Abdulsalami understands it because he lived it. And I understand the weighty nature of that decision because I have lived it. And both of us know that some of the greatest acts of leadership require a leader to step aside so that democracy may move forward. History rarely remembers leaders for the power they possess. History remembers them for the power they are willing to surrender in pursuit of a greater national purpose. That was what you did. Excellencies, ladies and gentlemen, I speak today not only as Chairman of the ECOWAS Authority of Heads of State and Government, I speak as a Sierra Leonean. At a time when Sierra Leone was enduring one of the darkest chapters in its history, ECOMOG, under Nigeria's leadership, helped create the conditions for peace, stability, and democracy. And at a personal level, when General Abubakar was still in Lagos, I made several trips there when we needed help, and he always responded positively. That is why we still have a country called Sierra Leone today. For that, my dear General, I say to you, Sierra Leone remains deeply grateful to Nigeria and to you personally. So, General, when I stand here today, I do so not only as a fellow head of state, I stand before you as a grateful son of Sierra Leone. On behalf of the government and people of Sierra Leone, I say, Sierra Leone remembers. Sierra Leone appreciates. And Sierra Leone is grateful. Your contribution to West Africa did not end when you left office. If anything, it deepened. From Liberia and Cote d'Ivoire to Togo and beyond, you became one of the region's most respected mediators and elder statesmen. You entered rooms where dialogue had broken down and where help was needed in order to find the pathway forward. That is why leaders across this continent seek your counsel today. Not because you held that office, but because of the integrity, wisdom, moral authority that you continue to embody even to date. My dear General and Big Brother, over the years I have come to know you not only as a distinguished statesman, but as a remarkably humble leader, gracious and kind. In public life, you are admired for your statesmanship. In private life, you are respected for humility, decency, and kindness. At a time when societies around the world are grappling with questions of leadership and public trust, your life, which you have documented, offers an enduring lesson. Authority is temporary, but legacy is permanent, and yours has been documented. Thank you for being an example to all of us. Let me say this, that there are children in Sierra Leone today who have grown in peace, attended school in freedom, participated in democratic elections, and dreamed boldly about the future. Many of them may never know your name, yet they are beneficiaries of your decision, the decisions that you took at the time. They are part of your legacy. And that, perhaps, is the greatest measure of leadership, to improve the lives of people you may never meet. I also wish to acknowledge your dear wife and family, whose support and sacrifices made decades of public service possible. We abandon them in order to serve, and they endure a lot at home, most times alone. Today, Madam and the family, we honor you too. Your Excellency, 84 years is a remarkable gift of life from God. But what you have done with those years is an even greater gift to Nigeria, West Africa, and Africa as a whole. You gave Nigeria a democratic transition that became a model for Africa. You gave West Africa an enduring example of constitutional order and restraint. And you gave Africa a living example of principled leadership. History will remember you not only as former head of state, but as a statesman who chose country over self, peace over conflict, duty over ambition, and service over power. For that, Nigeria is grateful, Sierra Leone is grateful, ECOWAS is grateful, and Africa is grateful. We are gathered here to celebrate the life and legacy of Abdulsalami Abubakar, our great general. 27 years ago, he made a decision that changed the course of history in this country, in the continent. He helped give Nigeria stability. He helped give West Africa hope. And he gave Africa an enduring example of principled leadership. Our continent and region continue to look at him as an example of leadership anchored in principle, humility, courage, and service. That is why we celebrate him today. That is why ECOWAS honors him today. And that is why future generations will continue to study his life. Luckily, it has been documented for the lessons of courage, for the lessons of restraint, for statesmanship and the service that is in those documents. On behalf of the Authority of Heads of State and Government of ECOWAS, and on behalf of the government and people of Sierra Leone, I extend our warmest congratulations on this remarkable milestone. May Allah subhanahu wa ta'ala grant you continued good health, strength, peace, and fulfillment. May your wisdom continue to guide our region, and may your example continue to inspire future generations. May your legacy continue to strengthen the cause of democracy, peace, and good governance across Africa. Happy 84th birthday, Your Excellency. ECOWAS salutes you, Africa honors you, and our continent is better because you served. Congratulations.
Thank you, Your Excellency, for taking us through that path as we join ECOWAS, Africa, and indeed Nigeria to celebrate General Abdulsalami Abubakar. We're moving on quickly to the crux of the matter as we invite the next session, which will be book reviews. And we're going to start from the autobiography of General Abdulsalami Abubakar, who and Professor Kabiru Isyaku will take that. And please, all reviewers, you have a maximum of 3 minutes. Maximum of 3 minutes each. Yes, okay. The Vice President has magnanimously offered 5 minutes each. Please, shall we appreciate the Vice President? Thank you, Your Excellency. 5 minutes each, counting from when you start. May I invite Professor Kabiru Isyaku take the first 5 minutes. Okay. Counting from now. 5 minutes.
5 plus 3 for Mr. Vice President. 8 minutes.
5 minutes.
All protocols observed. She said I had 5 minutes. Graciously, the Vice President added 3 minutes. So I have 8 minutes as far as mathematics is concerned. All protocols observed. It is both an honor and privilege to review a book that is at once a memoir, testimony, historical reflection, and personal confession. Call to Duty is not merely the story of a former head of state. It is the account of a life shaped by discipline, redirected circumstances, tested by history, and ultimately defined by service. Spanning 274 pages, the book recounts the journey of General Abdulsalami from childhood in Mina to military service, national leadership, and continued life of peace building, both in Nigeria and outside. Dedicated to those who gave their lives for peace and unity of Nigeria, the book invites readers to observe events and to understand the values and experiences behind them. For the purpose of this review, I have arranged my reflection into 4 broad themes. 1, childhood, family, and education. 2, military training and services. 3, heading the nation. And 4, personal reflection. As you all heard, General Abdulsalami was born in Mina on 13 June 1942 and raised within a large family structure. He presented himself first as a son, a brother, a student, before becoming a soldier and statesman. These chapters are among the most engaging in the book because of their simplicity and humanity. The narrative is rich with memories of discipline, household responsibilities, school experiences, and cultural traditions. There are stories that entertain, instruct, and quietly explain the making of the character. His memories of Mina in the book is not merely a town, but living social landscape shaped by movement, diversity, and shared aspiration. Likewise, his account of provisional secondary school, BIDA, reveals an educational environment that broadened horizons and nurtured ambition. I must steal some time to give some incidences in the school. During the primary school, there was an incident on plucking mangoes. The designated climber was abandoned on the tree when they saw a big snake. The climber survived and is around. His name is in the book. You have to read the book to know his name. At the secondary school, there was a tense moment that brought to the school 4 eminent northern leaders then: Ahmadu Bello, Ahmadu Ribado, Usman Sarki, and Tako Galadima, all of blessed memory. The result of their visit was transfers, 20 pounds, a cow, and caution. Who got what? Please read the book. I cannot go into details. General Abdulsalami joined the Nigerian Military Training College in 1963, entering a generation that would later occupy defining places in Nigerians' history. The writer, that is the general, does not present his journey as uninterrupted progress. Instead, he offers one of his candid account of depression during Air Force training in Germany. Rather than discussing difficulty, he acknowledged interruption, uncertainty, and disappointment. He then interprets the period not as a defeat, but as a redirection by the Almighty. He eventually returned to the Nigerian Army in 1967. That marked also a long and distinguished career, ending as head of state. The chapter that follows move across postings, operational assignments, military responsibilities in different parts of the country and abroad. The book reflects on the human condition within the military: friendship, rivalry, duty, losses, courage, and dangers. Abdulsalami writes with restraint. He allows events to reveal themselves in the book. His reflection of coups and political transitions are especially notable. Rather than seeking vindication, he provides his own account of the turbulent periods heading the nation. The central historical weight of the book lies in the chapters covering his emergence as head of state. Following the death of General Sani Abacha in June 1998, General Abdulsalami assumed leadership during one of Nigeria's most uncertain periods. Political distrust was high, economic pressure was severe, international relations had weakened, national conference required rebuilding. The challenges were immediate and required military management, political reconciliation, economic stability, and international re-engagement. The writer chose consultations across institutions and regions, dialogue with political stakeholders, engagement with the civil societies, and renewed contact with international society. The book reminds us that transition is a process requiring judgment, restraint, and timing. General Abdulsalami explains the debates surrounding timelines, constitutional arrangement, and electoral preparation. Readers will encounter the complexity behind decisions that are often simplified in public. One fact remains, and it has echoed from almost everybody: the transition supervised under his administration produced the foundation for Nigeria's longest uninterrupted civilian dispensation. The final chapters, the most memorable, are after history, politics, statecraft, the writer returns home. He writes about courtship, marriage, and fatherhood with warmth and gratitude. You will read in the book how he came to have Fatima as wife, Fatima as mother, Fatima as stepmother, Fatima as sister, Fatima as daughter, and still counting Fatima as granddaughters. On his wife, he wrote, "I thank God for having her. She is a very good wife to me and a very good mother to our children." On retirement, it's evolved into another phase. The book recounts his involvement in peace initiatives, election monitoring, conflict resolution, and international assignments by others. Abdulsalam concludes that the opportunity to serve Nigeria was the highest honor of his life, and that any recognition thereafter was a bonus. Finally, I commend the book to all who believe that nations are shaped not only by events, but by the people who chose to answer the call of duty. Thank you. That is not all.
Thank you so very much. We're moving on to the next book review by Professor Muhammad Al-Mustafa, who is going to review the second book, Nigeria's Ground Patriot. Shall we welcome him? And you have the bonus of the 5 minutes. 5 minutes. Thank you. These books will be available to read, to buy and read. Thank you. 5 minutes, I beg you.
Thank you. It's okay. Yeah. The chairman of the occasion, our father, the General Yakubu Gowon, GCFR, the other distinguished dignitaries here present, my father, and indeed a grandfather, whom we are celebrating today, our general, the people's general, General Abdulsalami Abubakar, GCFR, and our mother, indeed, Mrs. Abdulsalami Abubakar. Permit me, please, to establish the existing protocol. I'm here to, or Your Excellencies, distinguished guests, the book I am reviewing is eponymously titled Nigeria's Grand Patriot, General Abdulsalami Alhaji Abubakar, GCFR. The thrust of the book is the postulation that His Excellency General Abdulsalami Abubakar is the most patriotic leader Nigeria has had. Then across hundreds of pages, the author substantiates the postulation citing the leadership achievements, international credentials, and credible testimonies of local and foreign leaders and entities to the effect that by ending military rule, establishing the Fourth Republic, instituting not just democracy in Nigeria, but the largest democracy in Africa. Instituting the 1999 Constitution, reuniting the nation, mending severe international ties, all in less than a year. This people general deserves an accolade. And notably, exiting power when he could have retained it. Tell me, who can refrain himself from the urge of authority and leadership, relinquishing power for the betterment of his nation? Please permit me to request a round of applause to the People's General. General Abdulsalami Abubakar ranks as Nigeria's greatest statesman. Some salutary testimonies the author records are those. Bill Clinton, the former president of the United States of America, described General Abdulsalami Abubakar as transitional leader who kept his promises. Jerry John Rawlings, former president of the Republic of Ghana, described him as a man of integrity who is opening the doors of democracy. Thabo Mbeki, former president of the Republic of South Africa, described him as a defender of democratic order and the peace and unity of Nigeria, as well as the welfare of the people. Goodluck Ebele Jonathan, former president of the Federal Republic of Nigeria, described him as a statesman and patriot whose deep commitment to the progress and development of our great country is no doubt. Lastly, from this review, our distinguished guest ladies and gentlemen, we get to understand how powerful our grandfather is. For somebody who is able to command a crowd like this, whom everybody gathered for his cause, indeed shows a great, lifeless, the tireless service somebody has served to his dear nation. May God bless our people's general. I wish you, sir, a happy birthday, and maybe in the fruitful more years in the future. Thank you. Thank you, sir.
Thank you. Thank you so very much. We all know that the celebrant is a Pan-Africanist, and this next review will be speaking to Meditating for Peace in Africa, a peacemaker, and this will be reviewed by no other than Professor Ibrahim Gambari, himself a peacemaker. Please, can we put our hands together to welcome a former ambassador, former chief of staff, former lecturer, my brother, Professor Gambari.
Is it there?
Oh, here. It's here.
Okay. Okay. I've been given 5 minutes, and I've traveled 13,000 miles from the United States to come. So I hope that if I steal another 2 or 3 minutes, you will not mind. The chairman of this occasion, our own General Gowon, the celebrant, please permit me to stay on existing protocol. Distinguished ladies and gentlemen, excellencies. It is with some trepidation that I stand before this audience to review the fresh shifts in honor of His Excellency General Abdulsalami Abubakar, GCFR. Because it's like writing a confidential report on a former head of state, and also writing a confidential report for someone who was twice my boss. Apart from being head of state of Nigeria, I was his ambassador to the United Nations. I'm also a member of the Nigerian Peace Committee, of which he's chairman. However, I feel encouraged and honored to do this for the same reasons and more. Because the title of this book, Mediating for Peace in Africa, is a subject on which I've been engaged for a huge proportion of my adult life. Moreover, by a remarkable coincidence, General Abdulsalami Abubakar is my exact contemporary in secondary school. We started secondary school together in 1957, and we left with our WASC in 1962. He in Bida Secondary School, and myself at the Loring Provincial Secondary School. Of course, I won't mention the fact that I also, by some incredible coincidence, I was a teacher to Her Excellency Justice Fatima Abubakar when I was an untrained teacher drafted to go and teach at Queen Elizabeth School in Loring when she was then in Form 1. Just to remind everybody that I'm an old man. Well, this book is about the man even more than the book, because he's the man at the center of the book. We all know the circumstance when he came to power. International sanctions, political, regional, and ethnic tensions were high. The military was entrenched in power for 15 years. Civil society was screaming for democracy. He became head of state, and many of the pro-democracy people thought it would be more of the same. He proved them wrong. He did something almost unheard of in African politics. He kept his word. 11 months. That's all it took. He organized election, the constitution handed power to a civilian president who is right now with us, no less a president, President Obasanjo. And he walked away, never looked back.
no life presidency, no manufactured crisis to stay in power, no emergency decree, just a clean transition. I've seen many promises broken in my time. General Abubakar's promise in 1999 stands out like a lighthouse. But here's one thing. That transition wasn't just good politics. It became the credentials for everything that followed. When you are voluntarily giving up power in a country like Nigeria, where power is sweet, people listen when you talk about peace. They trust you. That's the foundation in which this whole book rests. In general, General Abubakar is a man of peace, because only a man of peace can bring peace to people who are engaged in conflicts. Because as we say in Ilorin and perhaps in elsewhere in the country, if somebody says he's going to give you Babariga, look at what he's wearing. He cannot give you what he does not have. General Abubakar was successful in peacemaking because he was a man of peace. I've gone through this book, almost 500 pages. I just mentioned a few headlines, and I'm going to give my review to the publishers and to the editors, who, the three of them, are my friends, and also my junior academic colleagues. First, the idea of promoting African solutions to African problems, that we Africans must own our own peace process, because only we know where the shoe pinches. Only we know the root causes of conflicts. And it is true that in Gambia, in Liberia, in Sierra Leone, probably there would be no peace there if there wasn't ECOMOG and an African-led solution. In fact, I want to make it clear that, yes, when we say African solution to African conflict, it doesn't mean the external world should not be interested, should not be there, but they should be there as partners. We should take the lead. And I made bold to suggest that all UN or international peacekeeping forces in Africa must be jointly mandated by the African Union and ECOWAS. They cannot love us more than we love ourselves. Credibility is everything. You cannot be a successful peacemaker without being credible. General Abdulsalami was extremely credible. Third, women at the table. Women participation in peace process. I grew up in a generation when peace talks were all men, all the time. Women were there to make tea or coffee. That was then. Now there's a shift. Most peace processes, a number of peacekeeping operations are now headed by women. Those are some of the things in the chapters of this book that I'm trying to review. Third or fourth, unofficial channels actually work. You can't rely only on the official channels. Unofficial channels work, private channels work, all tricks must be played in which the objective is just to achieve peace. Nobody will ask how you did it, but the fact that it happened. Democracy is hard and almost untidy, but there cannot be peace that's sustainable without a democratic process. That's why elections are usually at the end of peace processes. I think it was Churchill who once said, democracy is the worst form of government except for any alternative. And that is true then as it is today. ECOWAS and the UN, they provide the institutions. They're not perfect, but they provide the framework for good governance and for enduring peace. We have to make them work so that ECOWAS will cease to be a community of governments, but be a community of people. Similarly, the African Union. Of course, like all books, this one could be better. And as I said, I'm going to give all my critiques of the book to the editors and the publishers for the next review of the book. Some of the chapters repeat themselves. There's insufficient critical analysis of failures. Third, the book is light on the economics of conflict, because you can make all the peace agreements you like, but if you don't look at the economic foundations of the causes of the conflict, you are not going to go very far. Then post-conflict peace building is as much as important as even peacemaking itself. So This book matters, and it matters now, because Africa is now experiencing a new wave of coups and unconstitutional change of government. Sudan is broken. South Sudan, the world's youngest new nation that we are celebrating, is also in crisis. So the timing of this publication is extremely important. We are watching what is happening in Sudan, in South Sudan, the horrific violence and the complete collapse of the state. Several countries are also struggling. I want to come to a conclusion and respect the timeline. Let me close as I began, by saying something directly to General Abubakar, who made this book possible. Your 1999 decision to honor democracy and to step aside peacefully changed Nigeria's trajectory. Your subsequent 2 decades of patient, unglamorous meditation across Africa have saved lives and built peace. This book is a fitting tribute to that work, but more than that, it's a resource that will help others follow your example. That is the legacy that will last. I've read many books on peace over decades of this work. Most of them gather dust on shelves. This one will not. It is too useful, too grounded in reality, and too honest about what works and what doesn't. Anyone serious about understanding peace-making in Africa needs to read it. The continent faces enormous challenges. The old post-independent generation is passing. The new generation is stepping up. But they are stepping into a world of climate change, youth bulges, resource scarcity, and great power competition unfolding on African soil. They need wisdom. They need example of role models. They need to know that peace is possible even when it seems impossible. This book provides that. It's a gift to the field, a serial work of documentation analysis, and a tribute to 1 month's extraordinary commitment to peace. We are fortunate to have it. Thank you, General. Congratulations on your birthday. Thank you all for your kind attention. 5 minutes?
5 minutes plus, but Professor Emeritus, because some of his students actually came to me and insisted that we should extend his time. So once a teacher, always one. Please, let's also give him a very appreciative thank you, sir. Your Excellencies, all very distinguished ladies and gentlemen, we're now going to listen to a very special tribute, very important. We're going to be listening to a woman of distinction, a brilliant jurist, a woman who believes that every right should sit on equity. Having founded Women's Rights Advancement and Protection Alternative, RAPA, First Lady with the celebrant, a mother, a sister, a grandmother, welcome with me, Milord Fatima Abdulsalami Abubakar. I want that applause to continue, particularly for all the women in the hall. Thank you, all the women in the hall. This is about us, for us, by a very distinguished woman. I want the applause to continue. Your Excellency.
Your Excellency, the Vice President of Nigeria, Kashim Shettima, who is representing the President of the Federal Republic of Nigeria, and your very beautiful wife, Hajia Nana Shettima, who is also representing the First Lady of the Federal Republic of Nigeria. the President of Sierra Leone, Your Excellency, the chairman of this occasion. At this stage, I think I will stand on protocol because as had been said earlier, protocol is a nightmare. So please forgive me if I stand on protocol at this stage. Today, we are gathered not only to celebrate a remarkable milestone, the 84th birthday of my dear husband, His Excellency, General Abdulsalami Abubakar, GCFR, but also to witness the unveiling of 3 important books that chronicle a life of service, sacrifice, and enduring impact. We are collectively affirming a life dedicated to the relentless pursuit of peace. Significantly, one of the books is an autobiography that offers personal window into a journey that has shaped not only our family, but the destiny of our nation. Additionally, we are also unveiling the Abdulsalami Abubakar African Resource Center, an initiative that will sustain his legacy and provide a rich resource for history, scholarship, and peace-building practices across the world. For many, he is a statesman, a former head of state, and a respected advocate for the peace and conflict resolution. His demonstrated capacity in mediation with humility and forbearance are attributes learned from his father, who served his community as Sarkin Kasuwa Mina, that is a market tribe. His career path and transition paved the way to statesmanship and, as always admitted by him, the will of Allah positioned him to serve as Nigeria's head of state and commander-in-chief. For us, his family, he is much more. He is a devoted husband, a loving father, and a steady presence whose influence has shaped our lives in quiet but profound ways. He was always there for his family, and even when he wasn't physically present, we felt connected to him. I vividly recall when my second child was born in Sokoto. He was then in the United States on course. It was 1975, before mobile phones, and only a few places had accessible landline telephones. He called on July 5th to check in, and I gave birth the next day, July 6th. The same thing happened when with the birth of my third child in Mina. He was away again in the United States. I had delivered early in the morning on Saturday, and when my father visited that afternoon, he told me my husband had earlier called around 3 a.m. to ask how we were. So despite being far from us, it always seemed like he was deeply attuned to our lives. His dedication to both his family and work was outstanding. He experienced multiple transfers to various locations, including Lebanon and other countries, and faced every assignment without complaint, regardless of its challenges. To simplify things for the family, he reduced the stress of frequent moves. He settled us in Mina, relocating alone to each new post and visiting us whenever possible. Even during his absences, he ensured we never lacked anything. One of the qualities I admire most in him is his remarkable patience and tolerance. Where others might take offense, he chooses understanding. Where some might hold onto grievances, he forgives very easily. I often joke that I am one who gets upset on his behalf. Something our daughter captures perfectly when she says, you are taking Panadol for his headache. It is a phrase that always makes us smile, but it also reflects a deep truth. His peace-loving nature is not only personal, it is the very foundation of his work in conflict resolution and peace building. By 1998, my husband was approaching retirement and began making preparations for it. Meanwhile, after years spent apart, I was eager to finally live together as a typical family. At that point, I decided not to pursue a career path that would separate me from my beloved ones. However, fate intervened, and on June 8, 1988, he was called upon to serve as head of state and commander-in-chief at a critical moment in our nation's history. His task was not just about governance. It was about healing a nation, bridging divides, and paving the way for democracy. He carried the weight of history with grace and dignity, proving that leadership is not about power, but service. There were doubts that the proposed transition program could be realized within a short time committed to. However, led by his characteristic humility, discipline, and commitment to national duty, he assured Nigerians he would deliver. His Excellency kept his word. Along with his colleagues and supported by well-meaning Nigerians, he fulfilled the pledge and successfully ushered Nigeria into the Fourth Republic on 29th May 1999. In moments of power, character is tested. A lesson I learned is that a leader who begins with honorable intentions and derails later is often enabled in that direction by sycophants and persons whose vested interests allow it. We witnessed such acts of sycophancy and pressure from people to extend his stay in office, albeit unsuccessfully. It is the hallmark of his strength of character and integrity that he had no difficulty in rejecting them. He believes in the values of integrity and treating people with fairness. Today, we celebrate not just his achievements, but the legacies he continues to build. To those who have chronicled his journey in the pages of the books to be launched, I say thank you for capturing the essence of a man whose life transforms nations. These books will serve as invaluable resources for generations to come, reminding us all that leadership, when anchored in integrity and selflessness, can truly transform lives. To our children, you remain a mentor who has instilled in them the values of hard work, humility, and patriotism. Your patience, wisdom, and unwavering belief in doing what is right are qualities that continue to inspire not only our family, but those who encounter you. I therefore stand before the world to pay tribute to a remarkable man, my husband, my friend, and my confidant, His Excellency, General Abdulsalami Abubakar. My dear husband, we celebrate you, not just for all you have done, but for who you are. Your life has touched countless hearts, strengthened a nation, and anchored a family in love. Once again, happy birthday, and many more years in love and peace. God bless the Federal Republic of Nigeria and all of us. I thank you all for listening.
Thank you so very much, Your Excellency Justice Lami Abubakar, CON, former First Lady of the Federal Republic of Nigeria and wife of today's celebrant, General Abdulsalami Abubakar, former head of state. And thank you so very much, all the women who kept that applause going. After all, we would like to acknowledge the contributions of RAPA and indeed all the executives of RAPA who are in here. Thank you. Your Excellencies, distinguished ladies and gentlemen, let me now invite, for the purpose of introducing the Abdulsalami Abubakar African Resource Center, consolidating impact. Let's put our hands together for His Excellency Senator I.M. Pius I.M. GCON, former Senate President and co-chair of the organizing committee. Thank you so very much. Let's give the applause going. Thank you.
I'm not sure I'm co-chair of the organizing committee. Your Excellency, the Vice President of Nigeria, most distinguished Senator Kashim Shettima, GCON, representing our dear President, His Excellency President Bola Ahmed Tinubu, GCFR, President and Commander-in-Chief, Armed Forces of the Federal Republic of Nigeria. Your Excellency President Julius Maada Bio, President of the Republic of Sierra Leone, and Chairman of the ECOWAS Heads of State and Government. Your Excellency Ali Maman Liman Zen, Prime Minister of Niger Republic, Your Excellency General Yakubu Gowon, GCFR, former Head of State and Chairman of this occasion, Your Excellency General Abdulsalami Abubakar, GCFR, former Head of State and the Chief Celebrant. Let me also acknowledge your dear wife, Honorable Justice Lamin Abubakar. Your Excellency President Olusegun Obasanjo, GCFR, former President of Nigeria. Your Excellency President Goodluck Ebele Jonathan, GCFR, former President of Nigeria. My friend, Senator Godswill Akpabio, President of the Senate, the representative of Tajuddin Abbas, Speaker of the House of Representatives, who is represented by the Deputy Speaker, Right Honorable Benjamin Carlo. The Deputy Senate President, Your Excellencies, our dear governors, former Vice Presidents, former Presidents of the Senate, members of the National Assembly, members of the Federal Executive Council, Your Royal Highnesses, members of the Diplomatic Corps, invited guests, distinguished ladies and gentlemen. My assignment this afternoon is simple. It is to articulate the legacies of one of the nation's living legends and to conduct the unveiling of the General Abdulsalami Abubakar Resource Center, Abuja. The center is conceived to preserve the legacies of this great man. Your Excellencies, ladies and gentlemen, join me with a loud ovation to celebrate a man of many parts, a soldier, an administrator, a patriot, and a statesman, the father of the Fourth Republic and the champion of peace and democracy in Africa, His Excellency, General Abdulsalami Alhaji Abubakar, GCFR. Your Excellencies, between 1993 and 1998, the Nigerian nation tottered and was at the brink The situation became most fragile following the sudden demise of the then head of state, General Sani Abacha. May his soul rest in peace. By the twist of providence, General Abubakar succeeded General Sani Abacha as the 12th head of the Nigerian state. The opportunity of today's event is not only to celebrate a life of service, but to document and preserve the legacies. The books that have been reviewed have highlighted these legacies, but the center about to be unveiled will preserve these legacies. For the avoidance of doubt, ladies and gentlemen, what are these legacies? And how would the General Abdulsalami Abubakar Resource Center preserve the legacies? For want of time, I will highlight only 4 and indicate the activities the center will promote in respect thereof. Legacy number 1, democratic transition. General Abubakar conducted the shortest and the most successful military to civilian transition program in Nigerian history. In less than 1 year, General Abubakar overhauled and brought to life all the democratic institutions of the nation and completed the handover of power to a democratically elected government as promised. Your Excellencies, in this wise, General Abubakar Center will seek to promote the legacy that patriotism and statesmanship are critical hallmarks of leadership. 2, the 1999 Constitution. Your Excellencies, just yesterday, the nation marked 27 years of unbroken democratic rule in Nigeria. This was possible because General Abubakar's 1999 Constitution provided the legal framework for a stable nation and enduring democracy. In this regard, General Abubakar Center will promote constitutional reforms for national stability and social cohesion. Number 3, independence of the Electoral Commission. When General Abubakar assumed the mantle of leadership, he envisioned that there cannot be an enduring democratic rule without a credible electoral process. General Abubakar then dissolved the National Electoral Commission and constituted the Independent National Electoral Commission, INEC. The difference is independence. In this regard, the General Abubakar Center will promote electoral reforms, credible electoral processes, and the independence of our electoral body. Last but not the least, democratization of the political space. On assumption of office, General Abubakar released political detainees and prisoners, dissolved government-formed political parties, abolished decrees banning trade unions, and so on. In this wise, the General Abubakar African Resource Center will promote freedom of association, internal democracy in our political parties, trade unionism, and the rule of law. Your Excellencies, ladies and gentlemen, you can agree with me that legacy end is legacy worth preserving. I am therefore honored to invite you all to join me to unveil the General Abdulsalami Abubakar African Resource Center for service to the nation, to Africa, and humanity. We shall unveil at the count of 1 to 3. 1, 2, 3.
Welcome to the Abdulsalami Abubakar African Resource Center, conceived as a center for promoting peace. This master plan is a living spatial metaphor. 2 interlocking rings form a continuous loop of knowledge, dialogue, and civic harmony. Leadership is not interpreted as a monument to personality, but as an enduring civic principle. General Abubakar stands as a connector, a stabilizing bridge between uncertainty and order. The left wing is the governance loop. At its core lies a breathtaking 2,000-seat auditorium. Designed as an amphitheater, it reinforces transparency, collective participation, and democratic visibility. This is the structured side of nation building. Connecting the wings is the central hub, the bridge of transition. This exhibition and dialogue hall serves as the symbolic mediator between governance and society. It is a sanctuary for democratic storytelling, national reflection, and civic education. The right wing, featuring hospitality suites, wellness facilities, and reflective water bodies, it symbolizes the lived experience of democracy. Spanning 4 floors, the admin block secures the future. Housing an advanced multimedia hub and a comprehensive digital and physical library, it ensures that the lessons of the past fuel the innovations of tomorrow. Leadership that does not end in itself, but continues through systems, institutions, and people. The Abdulsalami Abubakar African Resource Center, where sustainable development builds peace.
I thank you all.
Legacy there. As we continue with the program, we'll have now
Thank you so very much. Now that consolidating impact, the Abdulsalami Abubakar African Resource Center has been formally introduced. Your Excellencies, distinguished ladies and gentlemen, let me now invite, for the purpose of a special tribute, His Royal Majesty, the Oni of Ife. Let us, at this point, put our hands together as we invite him for this special tribute to the celebrant.
Your Excellency, the father of our nation, the host of today's occasion, President Bola Ahmed Tinubu, by virtue of providence, we have many fathers that are here, fathers that have been fathers before you. Today, such a wonderful gathering of 4 fathers that have actually driven this mantle of leadership on behalf of our dear country. It's very rare to have such a great gathering like this. But the day is far spent. But on behalf of all traditional rulers, myself and His Eminence Sultan of Sokoto, whom also a general, once a general in the army, will forever be a general. We are all very happy and delighted, and we're extending our hands of prayers on behalf of our dear country, with things you have done, the legacies you have built, and things that the unborn generation will read about you. All the past leaders of our country, the 4 of them that are present here, they have spoken. The host's father will eventually talk, but we are all very happy. We have heard from your family too, what you have used peace and peaceful coexistence to do. With peace, you can win the world.
General, you have won the world. This is a very powerful legacy you have done and you have built for yourself. I think the celebrant of today deserves a resounding round of applause. On a final note, we will pray for you. As all traditional rulers are well represented here today, we see what you are doing. We are the custodian of culture and tradition. But beyond that, we want to continue to foster peace and unity in our country because of things you have done. It is very important because we are closer to our people. We will continue to work towards oneness of Nigeria because of great things our political leaders have done. God bless all of you. God bless Federal Republic of Nigeria. Thank you very much.
Thank you so much, His Royal Majesty Oni Adeyeye Enito Ogunwusi, Oni of Ife, who has spoken on behalf of the royal fathers who were here present at this occasion. Thank you, Your Majesty. Now, Your Excellencies, distinguished ladies and gentlemen, let me also invite for the special tribute Bishop Matthew Hassan Kuka. Thank you, ladies and gentlemen. Let's appreciate Bishop Matthew Hassan Kuka as he comes to the microphone.
I'm carrying this paper just to create the impression that I have written something. Your Excellencies, former presidents, Your Excellencies, former vice presidents, let me then stand on the existing protocol. My speech, when I read it over, is a 5-minute speech, but I will take only 2 minutes. The first thing I'd like to say is my association with General Abdulsalam, first as head of state, but even more importantly, as chairman of the National Peace Committee. I'm happy that His Eminence Cardinal Onaikan is here, His Eminence the Sultan is here. Sam Amuka Pemu today turns 91, so he's co-celebrant with you. There are other members of the Peace Committee who are here. But I just want to say that within this very short period of time, I have seen with my own eyes and I have touched evidence of your incredible sense of dedication and humility to our dear country. And I think it is sacrifices of people like you that make it possible for us to wake up every day convinced that a great country lies ahead of us. I would just want to end by commending you for these publications. Personally, I believe we were here in Abuja on the 19th of May to launch the biography of General Gowon. On February last year, we launched the biography of General Babangida, along with a repertoire of literature written by former rulers. This is a very significant moment for us in Nigeria. And your biography marks almost not just the final phase, but a very defining moment. Now we have all the material we require, and the nation becomes a big blackboard from where we can look at all the mistakes that have been made, all the things we need to learn, and all that we require to build a great country. So on behalf of all the members of the Peace Committee, I just want to thank you and say that it has been a great honor for us. Metaphorically, you're carrying a stick, as you've often done in one or two of those events, has signified to us your commitment and dedication to service. I want to say that if Nigeria is working on a stick, sooner than later, just as you've dropped your own stick, this country will soon be up and running. Not because of who we are, but in spite of who we are. And because of the committee, I wish you many, many, many more years. When you turn 100, we'll be there. When you turn 150, we'll be there. May God bless you. Thank you very much.
Okay. No comments. We live on and trusting God to continue to guide you with good and sound health. We're moving on now to what is so important, and that's the unveiling of the book, presentation of the book. This is going to be done with the help of technology. At this moment, I'd like to quickly call on our first remarks, short remarks, and presentation of the book by Alhaji Aliko Dangote GCON, Chairman and Chief Executive, Dangote Group, ably represented by Alhaji Al-Hassan A. Dantata. Please, let's welcome this segment of the event is very important. We would expect Alhaji Dantata, please, would expect you up here. And please, can we just give a very loud round of applause as he comes up to represent our foremost philanthropist, foremost industrialist who identifies with development in Nigeria. Thank you.
Assalamu alaikum. Your Excellency, Vice President Kashim Shettima, the celebrant, Your Excellency, former Head of State Yakubu Gowon, distinguished guests, ladies and gentlemen, I would like to stand on existing protocol. It is a great honor and privilege to speak on behalf of Alhaji Aliko Dangote at this remarkable occasion, marking the 84th birthday of General Abdulsalami Abubakar and the public presentation of these important books. Today we celebrate an exceptional statesman whose life has been defined by selfless service, patriotism, and unwavering commitment to peace. Today we celebrate the father of our today's democracy. The publication being unveiled are more than books. They are enduring records of leadership, nation building, and statesmanship that will continue to educate, inspire, and guide future generations. On behalf of Alhaji Aliko Dangote, I warmly congratulate Your Excellency on this significant milestone and express profound appreciation for your immense contribution to Nigeria and Africa at large. We pray that Almighty Allah continue to bless you with good health, wisdom, and many more years of impactful service. As a demonstration of admiration of Your Excellency, legacy and support for the preservation of our nation history, I am directed to announce the purchase of copies of this book in the sum of 500 million naira. This contribution reflects Alhaji Aliko Dangote's strong belief in the importance of educating our youth, preserving our history, and promoting the values of exemplary leadership of Your Excellency. Your Excellency, we celebrate your achievement, honor your legacy, and thank you for your enduring service to our nation and our continent. Happy 84th birthday, sir, and congratulations on this historic occasion. Thank you, and may God bless the Republic of Nigeria.
We're moving on. Thank you very much. On behalf of the governors, and you see, it's hard work pays after all. Next, I'm going to invite Senator Abdulaziz Abubakar Yari, who is ably represented by Honorable Gololo, who has been here, in fact, one of the first guests to arrive here today. Honorable Sir, you have the floor. Please, let's welcome him very warmly.
أعوذ بالله من الشيطان الرجيم بسم الله الرحمن الرحيم وصلى الله على نبي الكريم. Mr. President, who is ably represented by the Vice President, the celebrant, all protocol duly observed. Thank you so much. I'm here to represent His Excellency Abdulaziz Yari Abubakar, even though he has not, we'll communicate our pledge with the organizing committee. Thank you.
As we expect, when he speaks or when he sends what to be done, we would bring that and make it very public. Next, Cyril, you have it.
Yes, just wanted to make a quick comment. You would recall that the chairman of the National Assembly did say that, the day is fast spent and the banks have closed. I just heard it from the committee that not to worry, the banks are well represented right in here, and there is electronic banking. So in local parlance, nothing is spoiled. Thank you so very much. Your Excellencies, distinguished ladies and gentlemen, the books are around, the ushers are around, you can beckon on them, and everything is available, including POS, e-transfers, they're all right on ground. At this point in time, let us return to another foremost philanthropist of ours. We did call him earlier on, but now we're repeating the call. I believe that he probably stepped out at the last time we called him, but please join me in welcoming to the podium a philanthropist and an elder statesman, retired Colonel Sani Bello, OON. All right, again, probably not having within earshot. Your Excellencies, the celebrant is proudly a distinguished son of Niger State. And so, on behalf of all Nigerites, as the people of Niger State are known, let me invite His Excellency, the Governor of Niger State, the former Governor Umaru Bago, to now do us the honors. Thank you so very much. In case you're wondering, it is because of the agricultural prowess of Niger State that its chief executive is referred to as the farmer governor.
Auzubillahi minash shaitanir rajim. Bismillahir Rahmanir Rahim. Your Excellency, the Vice President of Nigeria, Your Excellencies here, the celebrant, our father, and his wife, who is our mother too. The governor of Gombe State has already spoken on behalf of the governors, but as a Nigerite, on behalf of the 25 local governments of Niger State, for the schools of our local government, 250 million. On behalf of Niger State government, 250 million, making it 500 million. Thank you.
Thank you, Your Excellency. At this moment, I'd like to invite to the podium His Excellency and, of course, Secretary to the Government of the Federation, Senator George Akome, who I'd like to, yes, sir. Let's welcome the SGF.
Your Excellencies, distinguished ladies and gentlemen, I am only Secretary to the Government of the Federation. I write. I don't have this, I'm not like Dangote. But again, we're here because there is a great man here who invited us. And this great man is father to all of us. This great man needs no introduction. He has already introduced himself. And I remember in those days when I was governor, at very short notice, I invited him, it was in Makodi, to preside over the reception for his friend, Lieutenant General Samalu, who was appointed Chief of Army Staff. He gave us wonderful advice at that place. And I've been to his house a few occasions when he was preparing for the launch of this book, and his president told us to put hands together, join them to do the needful. And I think we also tried to do what Mr. President directed us to do. The donation I'm making is personal. My boss is here. I think he's going to do something different on behalf of federal government, not me. So I'm going to buy 10 copies for 20 million naira. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much, SGF. Your Excellencies, distinguished ladies and gentlemen, we have the following announcements. These are already in. They've been paid in. Anonymous donor is paid in 200 million naira. We have from Chief Gabriel Igbinedion, 10 million. And from Chief Mike Adenuga, his contribution will be communicated to the organizing committee. And from Tony Eze, 100 million naira. Thank you.
Thank you, sir. We have gotten the news from His Excellency Senator Abdulaziz Abubakar Yari, and he's bringing in 100 million naira. I'd like to invite His Excellency, former Governor of Sokoto State, now is Senator Alhaji Atahiru Bafarawa. I'd like to invite His Excellency to please come on. You're next on the roll call of those who would want to support this development. Not just the books, but of course, the resource center. You have the bank account there. The banks are not closed, you've heard. Some of the banks are available here, but you can also do your e-transfer on this account on the screen. Please welcome with me His Excellency Alhaji Atahiru Bafarawa, who is taking his usual cool step to come to the microphone.
Your Excellencies, I was shocked to hear that my name was called as a co-launcher for my dear brother. I think I cannot say no to the invitation as a co-launcher, but I had just been discharged from the hospital, So I don't have much money to give, but I'll give 30 million naira. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Your Excellency. In spite of your health, you are here to identify with development. Please, let's give him an appreciative round of applause. Thank you.
Thank you so very much. Distinguished ladies and gentlemen, the presentations are going on. Let me quickly just say that all donors or their representatives should quickly indicate so that we can ask them to do the needful. At this point in time, I'd like to call on the representatives of Continental Hotel, if they're here, representatives of Continental Hotel. And, well, if we don't, then may we also call on the representatives of Zenith Bank. If the representative of Zenith Bank is here. Once again, for those who are launching, or those who are doing so on behalf of others, would you quickly indicate? Thank you.
Thank you so much. Distinguished statesman for whom we are gathered here today, permit me to proceed on the existing protocols. Distinguished ladies and gentlemen, I stand here today on behalf of the Continental Hotels Group and Ramesh Kansagra's family, very close friends of the celebrants, who is unavoidably absent here today, but has sent his sister, Jeshri Kansagra, and his director, Lawal Idris. I have been sent to come on their behalf to thank you for all you have done for this country, for your statesmanship, for your love and affection and sincerity of purpose and service to God and humanity. And to tell you that He is all with you in what you are doing today, and that for this book launch that we have gathered here today for, He has sent a message in the sum of 40 million naira to support the book launch. Yes, thank you so much. And God bless you very much for your service to humanity.
Zenith Bank, please.
Distinguished Excellencies, good evening. I stand in representation of the Group Managing Director of Zenith Bank, Dame Dr. Mrs. Adora Umionji, who sends a very heartfelt goodwill message to His Excellency and the chief celebrant of today. We want to wish you a very happy birthday, a prosperous many years ahead in good health, and to also thank you immensely for your years of enduring service to motherland and for all that you have done to preserve democracy and for the impact you have made both in Africa and indeed Bank will be communicating very massive contribution to this book launch. So thank you very much.
Thank you very much, Zenith Bank. The Niger Caucus at the National Assembly donated 70 million naira, 70 million naira. Thank you. Mainstream, 50 million naira. From Colonel Sani Bello, retired, 20 million naira. I'd like to invite my father in the profession, Aremo Shegun Oshoba. I've been asked to invite you over. His Excellency, Aremo Shegun Oshoba.
Your Excellency, the Vice President and Madam Vice President, representing both the President and the First Lady, our father, General Gawan, and my brother, President Olusegun Obasanjo. Well, on behalf of the ACPML, African Circle Pollution Management Limited, we will be giving 100 million naira. Thank you very much.
Quickly, I'd like to also invite Chief Emeka Ofo. Chief Emeka Ofo, please come up. And of course, Alhaji Garba Funtua, please, can you, please, both of you, just make it up to the stage here. We have very short time, and please, if you've made any donation, you want us to announce it, please. Members of the Secretariat are waiting. Let's have your names. We'll announce that. Emeka, okay. His representative, please go ahead.
Yes, I will. Your Excellency, the Vice President of the Federation, your lovely wife, the celebrants, Your Excellency, the former Head of State of the Federal Republic of Nigeria, distinguished ladies and gentlemen, let me stand on the already established protocol. My name is Dr. Nkem Okeke. I'm in the immediate past Deputy Governor of Anambra State. And I'm here to represent Sir Dr. Emeka Ofo, who's unavoidably absent, but he was personally invited by the former Head of State, and he sends his best wishes. He would have loved to be here, but he couldn't. But he's happy with what's going on, and he wants to support you from the bottom of his heart with a sum of 50 million naira to buy some books. Thank you very much. My congratulations, sir.
The chairman, Your Excellency, my colleague Maria Oldboy, one of our Maria Old Boys, and Your Excellencies, all protocols observed. I'd like to give a meager contribution to my big brother, John Abdulsalami Abubakar, of only a meager figure of 25 million naira.
Thank you very much, Your Excellencies, and we're putting the cap for now. It does not matter if you're not called up right at this moment. Later on still, there will be opportunities, but we really must move on at this point in time. Putting a cap for now is just to say that the in-laws to a celebrant jointly put in a sum of 20 million naira for the books. And Jaiz Bank, 30 million. And now, Your Excellencies, distinguished ladies and gentlemen, it is time for the celebrant and his family members to now proceed to this cake that we all have been viewing for the official cutting of the cake. Your Excellencies, distinguished ladies and gentlemen, now we are about moving towards the cutting of the cake.
I'd like to quickly invite Chief Nike Akonde to please supervise the cutting of the cake. Yes, ma'am. And former Minister of Industries, and of course, this is Women's Kitchen. I'd like to invite Dame Pauline Tallinn to please hold hands. Yes. Time, it's important. We need to cut the cake. I'd like to invite the celebrant, his darling wife, and of course, members of his family, his children here, to also join him as I invite Dame Pauline Tallinn and Chief Nike Akonde to supervise the cutting of the cake. We have maximum of 5 minutes.
2 minutes. We're going to pray now.
Okay. Okay. As we are getting ready to cut the cake, can I have the representative of Mr. Femi Otedola here with us? We're expecting Senator Aliu Wamako, Sarkin Yaman Sokoto, has sent in 20 million naira. Okay.
Your Excellency, the President, represented by the Vice President, I'm Colonel Olusegun Oladuntoye, retired, representing Mr. Femi Otedola, who would have loved to be here. He has mandated me to represent him. He has made a pledge of some amount of money to be communicated privately to the celebrant for 25 copies of the books. Thank you.
Thank you, sir.
Thank you.
I guess all is been said to have the cutting of the cake. A microphone is going to the supervisors, Dame Pauline Tallinn and Chief Nike Akonde.
Your
It's a family affair now.
Your Excellencies, the chairman of the occasion, distinguished ladies and gentlemen. Better. This is a unique and a very special cake before us. A great Nigerian, a peacemaker, a leader that has changed the course of history in the country. We are proud of you and we thank God for your life. He is the father of democracy, he is the father of peace in Nigeria. And therefore, I'm sure you'll all agree with me that the best word for us to use in cutting this cake is the word peace, because he is a man of peace and he has exhibited it in all areas of his life. Our dear father, our great leader, can you stretch your hand to the knife? Our sweet mother, his great confidence, support him as usual. Okay, the children can stretch their hands, and all members of the family and all loved ones, stretch your hands. So, stretch your hands, stretch your hands. Everyone stretch your hands. Give me the word P, an E, an A C, and an E. Peace. May peace be restored in Nigeria. May God give us permanent peace, and may God continue to shower his blessings and peace upon your life. Once again, congratulations and happy birthday. I will hand over the microphone to my big sister to also say some few words.
Thank you very much, Your Excellencies, distinguished ladies and gentlemen. It is my pleasure to conduct the cutting of the birthday cake. Yes, they've called two of us, so I want to say something as well. The celebrant of today, General Abdulsalami Abubakar, GCFR, the midwife of modern-day democracy. We are very proud of you, sir. You peacefully handed over to a democratically elected government. This is something that has never been done before. We are so proud of you, sir. Congratulations, sir. I'm here to help conduct the cutting of the cake for your 84th birthday. Next year, when you are 85, by the grace of God, I'll be here. When you are 90, sir, I will be here to maybe conduct the cutting of the cake. When you are 100, I pray that I will be here as well to help with the conduct of the cake. Thank you very much. I am going to count from 1 to 84. Okay. So, 1, 20, 40, 50, 80, 82, 83, 84. Congratulations. Happy birthday to you. Happy birthday to you. Happy birthday, dear. Happy birthday. Happy birthday to you. We wish you many happy returns of the day. Long life and prosperity. Hip, 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 hooray. Hip, 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 hooray. Hip, 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 hooray.
Okay.
2 minutes, she has agreed.
Okay. Thank you. Would quickly like to call on Dr. Amina Abubakar Bello, Her Excellency, immediate past First Lady of Niger State, a medical doctor and daughter of the celebrant, to please move the vote of thanks. Dr. Amina, move the vote of thanks, please. Dr. Amina will join us any moment from now to move the vote of thanks. We are gradually winding down on this historic day in Abuja as we celebrate a former head of state, a man of peace, an embodiment of humility. Dr. Amina, you have the microphone.
Your Excellency, the Vice President of the Federal Republic of Nigeria, His Excellency Kashim Shettima, representing our President, His Excellency Bola Ahmed Tinubu, GCFR. My task is very small today, but also very important. Mine is to give a vote of thanks. This occasion is one of great significance, not just for my family, but for all those who have been touched by the life and legacy of General Abdulsalami Abubakar, my beloved father. Today we celebrate not only his 85th birthday, but also the launch of 3 books that document his remarkable journey of leadership, peace building, and service to humanity. On behalf of our family, I wish to express our deepest appreciation to His Excellency, the President of the Federal Republic of Nigeria, His Excellency Asiwaju Bola Ahmed Tinubu, GCFR, for honoring this occasion through your representation by our Vice President. Thank you very much, sir. We are deeply grateful to His Excellency President Julius Maada Bio, President of the Republic of Sierra Leone, and Chairman of the ECOWAS Authority of Heads of States and Governments, whose presence here today underscores the respect and esteem in which General Abdulsalami Abubakar's contributions to peace and statesmanship are held across the African continent. We also acknowledge His Excellency Ali Lamin Zein, Prime Minister of the Republic of Niger, for honoring this occasion with your esteemed presence. To His Excellency General Yakubu Gowon, Chairman of this occasion, we thank you for your lifelong service to Nigeria and your unwavering commitment to peace and unity. Our gratitude also goes to His Excellency Thabo Mbeki, former President of South Africa, who has given us the keynote address. And on behalf of my family and people of Nigeria, we want to extend our condolence for the loss of your sister. We acknowledge with deep respect General Ibrahim Badesmasi Babangida for your continuous support and guidance and the enduring bond of brotherhood that you share with my father. We are equally honored by the presence of our distinguished leaders, our dear nation, including His Excellency Chief Olusegun Obasanjo and President Dr. Jonathan Goodluck. Goodluck Jonathan, former President of the Federal Republic of Nigeria, for gracing this occasion. Our sincere appreciation goes to His Excellency Musa Faki Mahamat, and we also acknowledge His Excellency Dr. Muhammad Ibn Chambers and all our leaders here. We extend our profound appreciation to former Vice Presidents of the Federal Republic of Nigeria, leaders of the National Assembly, members of the Federal Executive Council, past and present, as well as former and present governors, for your invaluable contribution to our nation's progress. To our royal fathers, custodians of our culture and unity, and to members of the diplomatic corps, we are deeply grateful for your partnership with Nigeria and for joining us in honoring the legacy of our father. Our special recognition goes to the former military colleagues of our father, alongside those who served with him on the National Peace Committee. And to all well-meaning Nigerians, we want to say thank you all, to our family and friends and associates who have honored us. And a special tribute goes to the pillar of our family, our dear mother, Her Excellency Honorable Justice Fatilami Abubakar, CON. Your strength and grace have been instrumental in shaping our father's journey and in keeping our family grounded. To my wonderful siblings, I appreciate the bond we share as we uphold the values instilled in us. And finally, to you, Daddy, today is yet another reminder of the incredible impact that you have made, just not within our family, but across Nigeria and beyond. Above all, we are immensely proud of you, and we remain committed to upholding the values you have always stood for us. Today, as we celebrate you, we celebrate the fruits of a life devoted to peace, service, and integrity and nation building. Once again, I thank you all for making today a success, and may this book serve as a guiding light for future generations, inspiring them all. May Allah bless all of you, and may you all travel safely back to your homes. Thank you very much. Thank you.
Thank you. The special moment has come as we now invite His Excellency, former Head of State, Elder Statesman, celebrant of today, General Abdulsalami A. Abubakar, GCFR, CSG, who will now speak to all of us. Can we have one house, please? One house, please. And let's applaud the birthday boy, if I dare to say. Birthday Papa, birthday Grandpa, man of purpose, man of peace, who would sacrifice everything for peace. Thank you.
Your Excellency, the Vice President, His Excellency Kashim Tima, and your dear wife, being the able representative of our President Bola Tinubu. Your Excellency, General Yakubu Gawan, the chairman of the occasion, Your Excellencies, distinguished ladies and gentlemen, my senior colleagues and junior colleagues, good evening. Your Excellencies, distinguished guests, eminent scholars, friends, family, and well-wishers. In the name of Allah, the Beneficent and the Merciful, let me start by expressing my deepest gratitude, in particular, thank the President of the Federal Republic of Nigeria, His Excellency Asiwaju Bola Ahmed Tinubu, GCFR, for his gracious presence and sending a representative Vice President to represent him, for kindly hosting us here at the Presidential Villa for this memorable event. Your Excellency, we are most honored by your generosity and support. I want to thank His Excellency, President Tamada Bio, who has just left us, and the Chairman of ECOWAS, Heads of States and Government, who, despite his national engagements, found time to come and honor me. The same goes to His Excellency, the Prime Minister of the Niger Republic, Lamin Zain, and your entourage. Thank you very much. Merci beaucoup. I also want to thank Thabo Mbeki, who has earlier expressed his desire to come, but due to the sad event, couldn't come. I want to thank him. He was our chairman of the African Union High-Level Implementation Panel on Sudan, HUIP. For 12 years, we have been working for our organization, the African Union, to assist Sudan out of its crisis. Thanks to my boss, Olusegun Obasanjo, who dragged me onto this mission. For 12 years, we were globetrotting the world to help Sudan. Unfortunately, we couldn't save her into what is happening now. Please allow me to thank His Excellency Musa Paki, the immediate past African Union chairperson, who inherited our mission. He also wrote the foreword for the first speech by Mediation for Peace in Africa, one of the books being presented today. Also, let me thank His Excellency Dr. Mohammed Ibn Chambers, who then, as chairman of ECOWAS, assigned me to chair the panel for Republic of Niger Political Dialogue and the Liberian Peace Corps. Allow me Also to thank the governors who have honored me with their presence. I want to thank my governor, the former governor of Niger State, His Excellency Mohammed Umar Bago, for his support. Thank you very much, Your Excellency. To our traditional leaders, the Sultan, the Oni, and other emirs who are here, what can I say but thanks and ever more thanks? I appreciate the presence of all the royal fathers here present, but also allow me to recognize the royal fathers from Niger State. To my remaining classmates at primary and secondary school, people like Debo Adeyemi, Yamusa Mohammed, General Nasco, Kanasani Bello, General Magoro, and IBB, I say thanks for walking this journey with me. Please allow me to thank my senior officers, some of whom I served under, and those I served by proxy. Generals Akin Riade, Mwachuku, Zamani Lekot, Paul Omo, Paul Tarfa, Ola Oni, IBB, T.Y. Danjuma, Hanania, and Aliu Gusau. Your presence is a testament to our shared commitment to Nigeria's peace, unity, and development. To all our distinguished guests, presenters, and co-presenters who have come from far and near to grace this occasion, I thank you all. I'm deeply humbled on this auspicious occasion as you all gather to honor me with such an unprecedented response to the invitation to launch the 3 important books that reflect my journey. I recognize and thank the launching committee for the launching under the chairmanship of General Abdulrashid Aliu, supported by his members who have done a fantastic job. Thank you very much. Your Excellencies, distinguished ladies and gentlemen, history is a way of defining the destiny of nations through critical moments. When I assumed office as head of state in 1998, Nigeria stood at crossroads, a nation yearning for stability, democracy, and good governance. The calls came loud and clear to return the country to civilian rule from various segments of society, political leaders, civil society, the international community, and most importantly, the Nigerians. With profound sense of duty, and with the help of my colleagues in the armed forces, members of the Armed Forces Ruling Council, members of the Federal Executive Council, and members of the press, I made a solemn promise to the Nigerian people to facilitate a democratic transition in the shortest possible time. As a build-up, we had to depart from the era of decrees and fashion out workable constitution to legitimize the transition from the military rule to democratic governance. As I have often said, and I quote again, leadership is not about power, but about responsibility, and the best way to lead is to serve with integrity, unquote. True to this commitment, within 11 months, my administration midwifed the transition that restored democratic governance to Nigeria on May 29, 1999. This was not just a political but a moral imperative to set our nation on paths of stability, unity, and progress. Today, as we reflect on our democratic journey, it is my hope that we continue to deepen our democratic culture, build stronger institutions, and promote good governance for the benefit of all Nigerians. Stepping aside from public office did not mean stepping away from national service. The pursuit of peace has always been at the core of my mission. Recognizing that no nation can truly survive without peace, I championed the human capacity development with the establishment of the Abdulsalami Abubakar Institute for Peace and Sustainable Development Studies in Mina. This center has become a hub for research, dialogue, and strategic engagement on conflict resolution, mediation, and nation building in Nigeria and across Africa. As the saying goes, and I quote again, peace is not the absence of conflict, but the presence of justice, unquote. This conviction continues to guide my efforts in fostering dialogue and reconciliation. It informs my desire to scale these values by the establishment of Abdulsalami Abubakar Resource Center here in Abuja, the seat of our national government. Beyond my personal efforts, National Peace Committee, the NPC, which I had the privilege of chairing, has also played a significant role in ensuring credible and peaceful elections in Nigeria. Through dialogue, advocacy, and engagement with political actors, civil society, and security agencies, the NPC has superintended 3 peaceful elections, immensely contributing to stabilizing democracy in Nigeria. I would like to thank the distinguished members of the committee for their commitments and tireless efforts. If you are around, please can I ask the members of the Peace Committee to rise for recognition? Thank you. As we move forward, I urge all stakeholders, political leaders, traditional religious institutions, and the media to continue championing peace, justice, and national unity. Indeed, the gains of sustained democratic progress outweigh any other option of governance. Today's event is not just about me, but about all of you, friends, family, colleagues, and well-wishers who have walked this journey with me. I appreciate the authors and the contributors, people like Rabiu Adamupan Uku, Dr. Mustafa Mohammed Jibril Al-Heri, General Ishola Williams, Professor Mohammed Kuta Yahaya, Professor Babafemi Badejo, Professor Olawale Albert, and Simon Kolawale, who have painstakingly worked on these books to document my experiences, struggles, and contribution to national and international peace. These books are not just a celebration of my life, but a resource for future generations to learn from our history. The aspiration is to avail to generations after us a narrative, commitment, patriotism, and progress. To my dear wife, who stood by my side with love, wisdom, and unyielding patience, I owe a depth of gratitude that words cannot fully capture. Thank you, Mrs. Abubakar. You have been my partner in every sense of the word, sharing both the burdens and blessings of this journey. You have delivered your duty of care and support all through my career and our union and family. To my children, I want to thank you for your love, understanding, and sacrifices through the many years of public service. You have been my pride, my joy, my constant reminder of what truly matters. To my wider family and close friends who have been backbone, I remain eternally grateful for your love, patience, and prayers. You have been my greatest strength on this journey. As we celebrate this milestone today, let us all be reminded that the work of building a great nation is a continuous endeavor. Let us strengthen our resolve to work continuously together for Nigeria, where justice, peace, and prosperity reigns. As Nelson Mandela once said, and I quote, it always seems impossible until it is done, unquote. With unity, commitment, and shared vision, Nigeria's days are still ahead. Once again, thank you for your support, presence, and prayers. May God bless you all. May God Almighty continue to give us peace, stability in the Federal Republic of Nigeria. Thank you, and God bless the Republic of Nigeria.
Hands together for the celebrant. May God continue to strengthen you on all grounds. Your Excellencies all, very, very distinguished ladies and gentlemen, at this moment, I'd like to invite the special guest of honor, His Excellency President Bola Ahmed Tinubu, GCFR, ably represented by the Vice President Kashim Shettima, GCON, who will now address us. Your Excellency, sir.
Please kindly take your seats, please. The chairman of the occasion, former head of state, General Yakubu Gowon, GCFR, former president of the Federal Republic of Nigeria, Chief Olusegun Obasanjo, GCFR, former president of the Federal Republic of Nigeria, His Excellency Goodluck Ebele Jonathan, GCFR, the wife of the president, Senator Oluremi Tinubu, ably represented by my dear wife, Mrs. Nana Shettima. Former Vice Presidents of the Federal Republic of Nigeria, Architect Muhammad Namadi Sambo, Sardauna Zazo, and Professor Yemi Osibanjo, SAN. The President of the Senate of the Federal Republic of Nigeria, Senator Godswill Obot Akpabio. The Prime Minister of the Republic of Niger, His Excellency Ali Lemin Zain, the Deputy President of the Senate, Senator Barrow Jibrin, the Deputy Speaker of the Federal House of Representatives, Right Honorable Benjamin Okeze Kalu, our governors present here, His Excellency Mohammed Inwaya Haya of Gombe, Mohammed Umar Bago of Niger, and Professor Babagana Umara Zulum of Borno State, members of the National Assembly present here, and because of the galaxy of stars assembled here, I crave your indulgence, Your Excellency, distinguished ladies and gentlemen, to weaponize a former director, a former permanent secretary, a former governor, a former senator, a former minister, and now secretary to the government of the Federation, the man with 9 lives, the card with 9 lives, George Akume. Alhaji Yaya Ahmed, former federal director, former federal permanent secretary, former head of service, former minister of defense, former secretary to the government of the Federation, and Right Honorable Aminu Bello Masari, former speaker, former governor of Katsina State, and General Alani Akinrinade, former service chief, to appreciate and recognize all former governors, all former members of the National Assembly, all former service chiefs and generals in the Nigerian Army, members of the Federal Executive Council, members of the Diplomatic Corps, most especially the former president of ECOWAS and former UN Special Representative of the Secretary General for West Africa and the Sahel, Dr. Mohamed Ibn Chambers, the president of ECOWAS Commission, Dr. Omar Aliu Toure, and of course, the former chairperson of the African Union Commission and former Prime Minister of the Republic of Chad, Musa Faki Mohammed. Our traditional rulers, I want to weaponize His Eminence the Sultan of Sokoto, Alhaji Muhammad Saad Abubakar III, and the Oni of Ife, Oba Ade Enitan Ogunwusi Ojaja II, to appreciate and recognize all our royal fathers present here. Members of the celebrants' family, members of the post estate of the Rim, honored guests, distinguished ladies and gentlemen. I am honored to join this distinguished gathering in celebrating the 84th birthday of His Excellency General Abdulsalami Abubakar GCFR, and the presentation of 3 important books chronicling his life, service, and enduring contributions to Nigeria, Africa, and the cause of democratic governance. The presence here today of eminent leaders, statesmen, diplomats, scholars, and patriots is a fitting tribute to a man whose life has been defined by duty, moderation, courage, and an unwavering commitment to the public good. General Abdulsalami Abubakar occupies a unique place in the history of our nation at a moment of profound uncertainty, when Nigeria stood at a crossroad. Providence entrusted him with the responsibility of leadership. He understood both the weight of that responsibility and the demands of the moment. He pledged to return the country to democratic rule, and he fulfilled that pledge faithfully and honorably. In doing so, he rendered one of the greatest services any leader can render a nation. He placed country above self and principle above power. The peaceful transition he supervised in 1999 gave birth to the Fourth Republic, the longest uninterrupted democratic period in Nigeria's history. Millions of Nigerians, including those of us privileged to serve in public office today, including the Speaker and of course the President of the Senate, today are beneficiaries of the stability and democratic foundation that his stewardship helped secure. I speak not only as president, but also as one of whose own political journey was shaped by that historic transition. Like many pro-democracy activists of that era, I returned to participate in the democratic process because I was convinced of General Abdulsalami Abubakar's sincerity and determination to restore constitutional rule. He kept his word, and as a result, have steadied the ship of state, preserved national cohesion, and guided our countries safely towards democracy. For that service, generations of Nigerians will remain in this debt. Yet his contribution did not end with his departure from office. Over the years, he has continued to serve as a respected elder statesman, promoting peace, national unity, democratic stability, and responsible political engagement. Through the National Peace Committee and numerous interventions across Africa, he has remained a tireless advocate for dialogue, reconciliation, and democratic values. On a personal note, I benefited immensely from his wisdom and counsel. His advice is always thoughtful, measured, patriotic, and offered with the discretion that befits a statesman. I deeply value his guidance and friendship. General, on behalf of the government and people of the Federal Republic of Nigeria, I thank you for your service, your sacrifice, and your steadfast devotion to our nation. As we celebrate your remarkable life and legacy, we are reminded that nations are built not merely by those who hold power, but by those who exercise it with restraint, integrity, and a sense of duty to future generations. Those qualities have defined your public life. I also commend the authors of the books being presented today for preserving an important chapter of our national history and ensuring that future generations can learn from the example of a leader whose life embodies service before self. The establishment of the Abdulsalami Abubakar Africa Resource Center is a worthy initiative that aligns with the values General Abdulsalami Abubakar has championed throughout his life. In recognition of its importance, I hereby direct the Honorable Minister of the Federal Capital Territory to allocate a very huge piece of land within the Federal Capital Territory along the airport road for the development of the center and the advancement of its mission. Your Excellency, Mr. President won the building plan for the structure and has promised that the federal government will fund the construction of the center. To the organizers of this event, I thank you for bringing together this distinguished gathering in honor of an exceptional Nigerian, an exemplary African, and a statesman of rare character. General Abdulsalami Abubakar, we celebrate you today. We honor your service, and we cherish your example. And we pray that Almighty God grants you continued good health, peace, and many more years of fulfillment and service to God and to humanity. Thank you, and may God bless the Federal Republic of Nigeria. Bola Ahmed Tinubu, GCFR, President, Commander-in-Chief of the Armed Forces, Federal Republic of Nigeria. Thank you all.
Thank you so very much, Your Excellency. The celebrant will now join His Excellency, the Vice President of the Federal Republic of Nigeria, along with all the presidents, former presidents, and governors who are here on a group photograph, which will be right here in front of the hall. The celebrant will join His Excellency, the Vice President, along with